has been cleared. In fact, it's TMB getting the kill. All right.
I don't really know what just happened there, and I don't know how they were allowed to keep Borup alive for that long on the CT side. But this is all over the place. Kai just gets a freebie. The 4v3, the post-plant's on. I'm stressed, they're stressed. Bertram's Kai gets a double collateral through the smoke! That is insane, my friend! And oh no, regardless back Goofy! Sparrow 1v3 with the AWP here, and this is a nightmare scenario! This is the de facto worst weapon for the job! Spotted out, catches one, dancing around the smoke, cut down by again, it's Bertram Sky! And what a round from the Flames! That is ridiculous!
You see all this spam coming through from TMB, softening up these players, but the last thing you expect is a collateral, even through the box. Those comms must have been a bit chaotic. They're low, guys. Just spam the smokes. I've done so much damage.
Brandon,
Softens
do we get a timeout? I want a timeout, Brandon.
No, we can't have one. This game is high octane. 1 Mac 10. Tech 9s are splattering over utility 4-9. Copenhagen Flames trying to make it 12-9, looking to nearly hit double digits. But the economy's still quite low for Copenhagen Flames. They need to be careful here. They do not need to trip over their shoelaces.
I mean, a lot of tripping over of the shoelaces has been done courtesy of 9 in this game already. 2 freebie rounds just capped off by a Bertram Sky collateral and insane nade nonsense. Wow, what a cleanup as well. Sparrow just on a Desert Eagle here. They invested util and pistols into this one, but for what? Sparrow does find a singular frag, but quickly flashed off by Rouse as TMB steals away his life and even upgrades to a fancier skin for good measure. Now with this 12-8, Copenhagen Flames, they've not looked like the leader of the pack any time in this series up until now. It's always been incredibly close contention, or in the previous map, a 9 whitewash as they decimate, barely allowing double digits to slip on through. But in this one, Flames, they're doing their due diligence. As ladies and gents, if you do want to catch yourself a nice little skin upgrade, then why not head on over to our partners at Bitskins before we head into the home stretch, whilst you still have a moment to breathe. Player-to-player trading system now live. 5% deposit bonus on Ethereum if you've got any left. You can buy or sell using their marketplace. Good stuff over at our partners at Bitskins. Now, as a hicker ticks on down, util expended towards B, and it will be Borup again at the back of the site. The man, the myth, the murderer of 9, to be murdered instead by IKLA. And that is a very promising entry.
Yeah, that's good as well. Because they don't need to commit off the man advantage. It doesn't look like they're going to either. Rolls has to be so careful because Kai is just on the other end of that wall, staring down at his angle. You make this a 2-man disadvantage. It's very difficult to try and recover, but at the same time, you need to push to try and find information because you've lost it towards B. Minyo's even just walked up. He'll be tested by Regali. These fights are critical, especially with only 35 seconds left.
Oh, that's very good trade from Bertram Sky there. That's evened up the numbers. In fact, now a 2-man advantage resides firmly in the hands of the CTs. And I think 9 have lost it. They've lost their way, they've lost their confidence, and they're about to lose Goofy as well. Drops his gun, so he isn't able to take that initial peek, and TMB sprays him away. 5-round lead for the CT side here. As 9 can't even live up to their namesake, Brandon.
I think what I've been impressed by, especially when we're seeing Regali on the AWP, is just his positioning. The way he strategically falls back to angles and he's safe every single time. And it catches 9 off guard because they're not ready for him to be in such almost an open position, but it's a safe open position, if you know what I mean. Like that round, he fell back to deal with Sparrow. He's open towards short, but he's being covered by Rolls. That's why he can just slink in back there. just
And
sit
it's an
there
off
just
angle
for a
as well.
second. It's an off angle, and also at the same time, Bird from Sky is walking just under his scope to reinforce short in case Rolls falls, which is exactly what happens. Which just means that this team, it's relying on their AWP. Makes sense because he's one of their standout performers, but by having this system around him, it's operating incredibly effectively. Same cannot be said, because how many times have we seen Sparrow with an AWP on Vertigo? Not many.
No, not many at all. And another thing that impresses me massively is how they're able to rely on Bird from Sky consistently finding those opening frags. It was a story on the T side, and he's doing immense work on the CT as well. As I said, this is his playground, but he is going to bite me in the ass as Minio cuts him down with a Tech 9 early doors. Bore a very speedy trade. And these upgraded pistols, well, they might get themselves a bomb plant. That says very limited use on the CT side, I recognise. But even then, Flames are fighting tooth and nail to deny this, and that Molotov forces off the bomb plant either way. And Regali, as soon as his smoke fades, he can begin to cause carnage once more. But unfortunately, nobody will present themselves to him, and Minio, for some reason, still hasn't gotten the bomb down as Regali. That's a flick and a half. I thought he got that second shot. No, it was Kai instead. More a pin for a dastardly double. Sparrow will decapitate, and oh no, you don't want to give Regali a fight like that. As it's 6 rounds in the lead for Copenhagen Flames now, as 9 still sit on 8 measly rounds.
Yeah, difficult. See it again on the replay here. Nice shot. And just when you think he's hitting every flick in the book, he hits the shots that matter.
That's tough with 2 Fs, Brendan.
That took me a minute, but I get it.
Yeah, it's rough as houses for 9 right now. Bird from Sky looking to swoop in again for the entry. TMB might get a freebie onto IKLA. The spam comes through, the reload is heard, but the Molotov will deny further presence, and with that, 9 are again denied the opportunity to find a free opening frag. And as soon as I say that, Kai bags 1 and the second. Kai, where has this been for the past 6 rounds?
I like that. So the difference is, for 9's T side this round is they set the tempo. Kai takes the issue. Just immediately gets the first, accelerates, takes the space he's just claimed as he eliminates Bird from Sky, rolls caught between 2 mines, removed. And now, again, you're in a situation where some of these rounds have run quite close. Again, cast your mind back to that previous. It was just the upgraded pistols. It goes into a 1 versus 1. Suddenly, Regali and TMB need to save, tail between their legs, and it's a flawless round from 9. Don't count them out just yet.
Oh, I won't count them out just yet. Especially with Flames' economy in the situation that it's in. However, TMB and Regali can drop a weapon apiece. From Sky, though, that's 3 rounds in a row that he's died without a frag.
Plays 1-on-1.
As is reflected in their economic situation, it's rough. He's been so instrumental to this scoreline, especially with that 1 bullet A1S collateral blinded through smoke. The streets never forget that, Brandon, and neither does the scoreline. But still, with 5 rounds separating these 2 teams and Flames on a 14th, a tactical pause is appropriate. And I'm a little sad to say that 9 should have used far more, far earlier in this game to stop the spiral, to stop the frustrations from creeping in. Yeah, 9 will still have heavy contention for round number 24. There is a force buy coming in.
Yeah, forcing around the rifles that were saved over. Regali still has the AWP. I'd like to see him go toe-to-toe with Sparrow, maybe down towards the A ramp. But at the same time, you force this investment. How proactive are you realistically going to be on the defense? Because you know that if you lose this, if you make a mistake, you're then going to be ecoing, and that gap is going to start to close again. Doubt creeps in the mind. But Bird from Sky, it's his utility to actually do the damage. And Kai, the man to open up the round in the previous with a multi-kill, fallen flat on his face.
Yeah, Bird from Sky creeps into the minefield as he chucks a nade down a ramp. I don't know how he's been able to get so much towards that position, with the exception of the previous 3. 4 up, though. Patiently waiting with just a Desert Eagle as the solo B-side defender, and if 9 get their act together and execute now, this could well be their round. 4 up, in the molly, forced on back, nowhere to go. That is impeccable utility usage from the side of 9. But now they need to get a move on. Get this one down, get the post plant secured, and deny any further presence from these promiscuous CT players. Sparrow, very aggressive, goes down, but Kylar is the one finding the frags to Vitali. Kylar gets a double, but TMB will spin to the smoke. Minio catches the rear flank in Riles. No clutching for him today. Instead, it's up to TMB. A very rough start on the previous map, but he's been rock solid through and through. A reliable man for this map. Be falling away, though, realizes just how little utility he'll be able to buy going into the next weaponry too, but with that kill, Minio's on 29 HP, needs to play over time, and he does so perfectly as TNB doesn't have a kit. And 9, well, they're surviving for at least for a moment longer, with an AWP saved over as well.
Yeah, that's big. That's good they're able just to save that, bring it forward. We're talking about economic woes all throughout this series. Take a look at the right-hand side of your screen as that pause will echo through. As that is not great viewing if you're a Copenhagen Flames fan.
I'd give it a not good out of 10, personally, Brandon.
They need to eco this. You need to just have TMB on that saved rifle. You don't want to invest a penny because with your loss bonus, you can then bring out the rifles into the follow-up.
Yeah, they're just going to have to play around that AK and honestly just bait themselves for TMB. I mean, they won a round with a hero rifle previously. I don't think buying up the nades for the same strategy is a good idea here, though. And it looks as if they will be... Actually, TMB's funneling his util over to the pistol players.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, he's got 2.7k, so he can balance out the economy a little bit. And what this does is you can use the flashes to either pop your teammates out, set the AK up for success, and use the smoke to try and get a bomb plant. Because that bomb plant would mean so much.
Oh, that's good use of a util there. Although TMB's only good for 1 regalia second with the USP, 1 tapping away. They should be alerted
side,
to...
not bomb plant, sorry. I'm just...
Don't worry, Brandon. No, that's okay. If it was anyone else, Brandon, I'd cry, but...
Alright.
Rouse almost gets away with murder there. As Cobra Kai unleashes himself from his coil. Now 3v2 ensues. And Flames, honestly, just saved 2 AKs and 2 kills from this round. It's pretty good going.
Better than what you came in with.
Exactly. They've doubled their money. They've doubled their AK count on the CT side.
Have a bomb plant. Yeah, I bet they would. CT side. Ah.
Okay, it's okay. We're tired. It's an early start. It's the 9 AM game. We've been rambling for 3.5 hours now, Brandon.
Oh, good.
We do enjoy ruining the schedule for our counterparts later on in the day. It's something we do ever so often.
That's true. That is true.
Brazilian time zones for European games are my favourite.
I was gonna say, it's an exciting game coming up next as well. It's going to be FORZE taking on HAVU.
That's a rematch, actually, of a very recent affair. If I'm not mistaken, it was 2-0 to FORZE.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was indeed. Over in CCT South Europe Series 1. As well.
Oh, hello.
My goodness me, he's going south straight down the ramp and somehow still alive. And kicking does more damage to Kai than he receives in return. And that was monstrous. Menacing, I'd say. Despite all of the sound cues he gave up so generously.
He's got out of that one pretty decisively. And that has actually forced 9 away from the ramp. It's just left Sparrow holding with the AWP. But from Sky just jump swatting for information. Trying to see a shoulder, a glimpse of a player. Sparrow swinging on in, not accounting for this jump spot. And Bird from Sky's seen it, and now this utility is being deployed.
Yeah, but as the utility is further expanded, there's very little left on either side of the equation, and now a player less as Minio goes down to TMB. It just causes problem after problem for the side of 9. Kai still has a molly to his name. And Bird from Sky has seen them coming through, but Paul and Sparrow well equipped to grab a frag there. Ralls has been spotted towards the sandbags, but that's the bomb lost. That's a huge frag to find, and Ralls still alive and kicking. Is going to look for further frag, but Goofy and Kai, they are going to be the saviours of 9, at least for now in this round. But Borup, I don't want to rule him out, but he is getting very overzealous here. Kai is holding the angle steadfast. Pete comes in, and Kai, all he needs to do is spray him down. Borup loses an AK, and with that, the economy is still, well, shot on the side of Flames. And only a 2-round difference here. Economy, no issue for this T side.
All right, interesting. I was wondering if we were going to see a partial investment potentially for the Flames, because then Regali would have definitely been on the AWP. But no, we got
they
the
don't do partial investments, Brendan. This is the
see.
Flames. They want to make it as hard for themselves as possible come the home stretch of the map.
I guess if you buy now, then you eco next. If you lose, then you're going up against 14-14. Okay. Alright, break that one down for me.
Well, that just happened, Brendan. That just happened. Was that a 2K spray down through the smoke with the same magazine? Both headshots?
It was, yeah.
Poggers. Regardless, he's forced on back, as Copenhagen Flames are likely regretting their decision to purchase weaponry in this round, as IKLA has just decapitated Tumb. Borup and Regali. What can they do but run for the hills? Although Borup is not running for the hills, and this could be a problem. Does manage to catch Minio on the site out on his own, as Regali gets another one. But the B-bomb site is where things will finish up, and Sparrow, well, he just goes for the default plant, as I believe Flames are out of their depth here. They shouldn't be going for this retake.
Yeah, man. 9 have a man Sparrow in this after plant, 3 versus 2. If it was a 2 versus 2, I could see the Flames going for it. But yeah, no, this is it's another save call. They're currently hemorrhaging money left and right. And
Yeah,
this is a worrisome sign, though, because if you just think back, the fact that they just forced into this one, if they've got 2 rifles here, they got 4-stage loss bonus. Will they force again?
I don't want to think about it, Brandon, but I think they might, especially with that kill onto Goofy. But the economy is still so... Ooh, okay, Borup, that's nice. The economy is still very strong on the side of 9, though. They can continue reinvesting for the next, I'd say, 3 rounds. Sparrow's got enough for 3 AKs in him. It's only Goofy and Minio that don't have much money to their tally. IKLA will be joining that soon, but yeah, that's the 4th out of 4 tactical pauses for Flames.
They're doing it. They've dropped rifles. Borup, Regali combined have dropped 10 4s.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with this, Brandon. I don't know if I consent to this. I mean, they've got a very strong buy, but TMB just doesn't have a weapon. Oh, no. You know, I'm going to stop talking, Brandon. I'm going to stop talking.
The reason why I don't like it is because, again, you're not putting Regali on the AWP.
Yeah. He's been instrumental on the AWP, and he has found rifle frags. He did find a really good one down ramp in the previous. But, again, this means they're throwing all of their eggs into one basket. If they lose this, that's pretty much 15-9.
Oh, yeah, but no, because they'll just force. They will just keep forcing the rest of the game. I think that's the committal now.
Yeah, I mean,
because you would have saved for the AWP if you had. If you wanted to, you would have done it by now.
I wanted to see a half buy come out from them in this
Yeah,
round.
me too.
It would have just been so much more comforting to see. But Bird from Sky, he doesn't give a damn about us, doesn't give a damn about what Nine think either. Borup, though, might want to give a damn about that player in IKLA. Pushed up close to personal. Borup, it's double decapitations. He's looking for a third, and Borup full blinded, cuts down Minio. Goofy only good for the single trade. It's a 2v4. Sparrow might be joining his teammates down under fairly soon. And oh, Borup is on for the ace. That is astronomical again from the man. You know what, Brandon? We will shut up from now on. It doesn't matter what bar you throw at them. It's all down to Goofy in a 1v3. And it's not happening. It's 15 for Flames, guaranteed. Look at this. Regali doesn't need an AWP tap in a way. Great damage onto Goofy. 12 measly points of health, and a dream is all this man has left to his name. And he's leaving the bomb. He's leaving the B site, praying for a freebie kill somewhere to deal further economic damage to the Flames, as Borup has 32 frags come round 28.
That was a saved AK as well. And now, with the fact that they didn't partially invest, it means that they are quite strong in every single one of these gunfights, even if Goofy tries to isolate them. Biggest factor for Goofy here is, well, that bomb very far away. And with no time on the clock, he just needs to try and save, hold on to that AK. With Copenhagen Flames, they survive. They get themselves up to series point, and it's all off the back of that man, Borup.
Borup is a menace. That was one of the most incredible B holds I've seen in a very long time. 2 1-taps, followed by a third where he's full blinded. And with that, Nine have their backs very firmly planted against the wall. Still a full buy. But if they lose this one, that's where the problems start to ensue, because they will lose the entire series. So, yeah. Nine very much need to win this round. Even more pressure on the shoulders of the Poles. Are you kidding me? They go for a play like that, a match point, and it doesn't work. Goofy's down to 44. Borup is unaware of his position, but Borup doesn't care. Borup's going to decapitate you regardless. Doesn't matter where you're standing. Guy's down to 81, and it goes from bad to worse for the side of Nine here. And Brandon, I do well think this could be us done.
Could be, especially with this double push. Kai looking the wrong way. Is this really how it ends? Potentially. TMB, Bird from Sky combined. It's just Minio left all alone, and wow.
That was a fast end. That was a very quick turnaround. And I can't believe Kai walks the wrong way down a ramp when he knows a swing is an imminent possibility. But TMB, lovely shot to seal the deal. But I can't say I expected the way that series went. It's a valiant effort there from Nine. But Copenhagen Flames, they steal it 2-1. And well, again, Bird from Sky, a masterclass in entry fragging, and Borup, heavier than a ship's anchor on B.
Borup was incredible this entire series as well. Props need to be given to Regali, who was always that consistent factor, even when the chips were down, even when Copenhagen Flames had a little bit of difficulty really kind of finding their footing, especially on overpass. It was still Regali that was putting up the numbers. So fair play to him. And you're right, these entries from Bird from Sky, it's really just orchestrated in that map. He had 18 kills, 10 assists. Like, his performance, I honestly, like, no pun intended, like, does fly under the radar, right? Because it's like Ancient, he didn't have that many kills, but it was impactful entry kills. Overpass, don't talk about Overpass. It wasn't a very good game for Copenhagen Flames. But, I mean, commiserations to Nine, just to kind of reflect on the other side of the coin, the fact that you've got pretty much everyone stepping up, right? You got Kai playing really well, Goofy, Kyler as well. Kyler, a player that you don't really associate, you don't have like up here with like, okay, this is who do well for Nine. You never have Kyler in that conversation. The fact that he was performing incredibly well is just a real testament to him, and so impressed with him. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough at the end of the day. The invited team will prevail.
Yeah, and the thing is that Nine are going to be even more head in hands about this because they could have won Ancient.
Yeah,
they were very
honestly,
close.
They should have.
They should have, yeah. Just a couple of silly mistakes towards the end there. This is honestly what let things slip. There was a couple of rounds on their CT side early doors that really just tripped them up for the rest of the game. But yeah, literally looking at that series as a whole, I reckon 9 should have won it, but the momentum of winning that first map and having the time to breathe on Overpass, you know, mentally prepare yourselves for what I'm sure was expected to be a 3-map series after that loss. Yeah, I mean, very, very good stuff from Copenhagen Flames. And again, testament to Bird from Sky for keeping what was his sort of classic map of Vertigo still very strongly in the pool with his new team.
Yeah, for sure. And that's only series 1 of the day. We've got 3 more to bring you on the broadcast. Coming up after the break, it's going to be FORZE versus HAVU, a rematch, as you quite rightly said. FORZE got a little bit of a new lineup as well, so that's going to be exciting. There's a lot to break down, and we're going to bring you all of that action just after the break.
Finally, I found what I was looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
And a lot of people have
Finally, I found what I was looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back again to CCT Central Europe Playoffs. We're in the 3rd series now, and things are going to continue heating up as we have a very spicy rematch on our hands. We have the side of FORZE versus the side of HAVU.
Yeah, look, it's going to be interesting. Last time these two teams played against each other, FORZE are still going through this little bit of a transitional period. But before we get into that, we can kind of take a look at the ladder. We can kind of see how everything is really developing here at the playoffs for Central Europe, because you're right, we just had that one series between Nine and Copenhagen Flames. Copenhagen Flames, they took it in a 2-1 manner. We needed to get to Vertigo, but as soon as we got there, it was quite decisive that Nine would progress no further in this tournament. So instead, it's going to be Copenhagen Flames progressing on through. So now we move into another one of these games, and yeah, as you quite rightly mentioned, it's going to be FORZE versus HAVU, and then rounding out the afternoon and the evening, as it will probably transpire to, because we are an hour late for this game, is going to be IKLA versus K23, and then UNGENTIUM versus SANGAL. And yeah, these two teams, they did play each other. FORZE won in a 2-0 manner. They were playing with 2 different players because they are kind of going through this seesaw of trying to just trial out new players, play with them in different tournaments, get some experience. So it's going to be interesting to see, because HAVU, they're a team that have been together for quite a while now. They've got a lot of promise. For me, when you look at this roster, I think the signings are very astute, right? Doto, who's been in this side a while, very nice pickup for HAVU. Spargo on his day, absolutely insane AWPer. So I looked at this team and I'm like, this team has got so much potential. I just don't think they've fully realized it yet.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, of course, you've got the experienced players of X7 and Aerial as well. They've been a duo since, well, back in the majors. They played in 2019. They are sort of pillars of this team. When they show up, they really show up. 1.11 rating on the pair of them, rather fitting, I'd say. And rounding out the roster is Zane, who is actually the highest rated player on this team. He's a support / lurker coming in with the rifle at a 1.16 rating. He's a man to keep an eye on, and well, you best hope the FORZE are keeping an eye on him, otherwise he will come in for the backstab, as he so often does. And it will be Zata on the coaching reins for today, and I believe HAVU are playing from a boot camp today, so it'll be interesting to see how that affects the team dynamic. But we finished talking about HAVU for now, having a look at FORZE. We do have two, I believe, trial players here today, along with a core of three, of both Sugar and Onket. And I'll let you take the rest away, Brandon.
Yeah, Sugar, a player that appeared most recently in the RMRs playing under the Aurora banner. That was a StarX project, and it's a little bit interesting. He kind of amalgamated these players together, and he was like, okay, this team can go far. They went to the RMR, and it didn't go well. I feel like that's a very polite way of phrasing how Aurora's time went at the RMR. And I'm really sad because I had a lot of faith in the project. I thought that was going to be a very exciting one. You've got the likes of Sugar stepping up, the only Delusion as well from VP Prodigy, which I thought was a very astute signing. I was like, okay, that's a little bit interesting. He actually got brought in because he was friends with some of the team. And some of the AWPers didn't really... then they were trialing, were like, no, we don't really want to commit to this. So they brought Delusion in. He played really well in the RMR. But anyway, we're not talking about Aurora, we're talking about Sugar in particular. Very dependable pair of hands. I like the fact that he's now getting this exposure, getting the call up to these upper echelon CIS teams such as FORZE. Onket, a player that people will somewhat be familiar with. He played in Na'Vi Junior for a tenure, and he's been dancing around some of these teams, played in Smooth's Benched Heroes as well.
He played in Na'Vi for a bit as well,
he did,
he stood in, where Blade gave him a scathing review. Yeah, Onket is not ready for Tier 1, but we're going to try and sell him to you anyway. And FORZE, but at least for now, have bit at Onket and are trialing him out, which I found quite funny. But I do have a very quick thing to say about Sugar as well. I was casting him back in May before he joined a team. He was playing on an Azerbaijani mixed team. I think it was called like Hunter x Hunter or something, just another anime name. This is very typical of CIS. And yeah, they made a very deep tournament run. They made it to the finals, which would have qualified them for the main event of ROG Masters. But enough of that for now. He was good then, he's good now, and I'm looking forward to seeing him on the server.
This is interesting, because last time around, you had FORZE and HAVU play Dust 2 Vertigo with Inferno as the decider. And now we've banned Vertigo, banned Dust 2, and we've got Mirage Nuke Inferno.
You know what? I can see why Mirage is out for FORZE. They're trialing two new squaddies, and both of them are pretty damn proficient at that Mirage pick. Onket played Mirage on the actual Na'Vi squad, and Sugar as an Azerbaijani pug star. Of course, he's played a lot of Mirage. HAVU won't entirely know what to expect there, and despite it being a good map for them, it is always going to be a little bit hanging in the balance of the pug stars. Now, HAVU, a nuke pick is a great one for them. It's their best map, 10 played, 9 times 1, and it's just not great for FORZE, especially with such a new lineup. It takes a long time to perfect your team play on a map like Nuke. This should be a 2-1 series again. I couldn't tell you where Inferno was going, though, but it is, again, a very good map for HAVU. They've played it 10 times, they've won it 7 times, and on the flip side, only been played by FORZE 9 times with a 56% win rate. Their Dust 2 leverage is seemingly out the window despite it being their best map, and one that's not particularly good for HAVU, hence the ban coming in early doors. But yeah, HAVU's normal insta-ban is Vertigo, so FORZE have done them a massive favour there.
Yeah, it's both of these guys permas. So last time it snuck through the veto, and it was actually quite an exciting game. If I'm not mistaken, I think that one went to double OT.
It was 22-18 was the final score.
Yeah, so I mean that's a brawl. That's just these guys don't play the map. Let's have some fun. This time it's FORZE go, we don't want to risk our chances here. Let's just ban it, and we can just deal with it. And yeah, it means that HAVU get a bonus ban, and they get rid of Dust 2, which makes sense because FORZE are very notoriously incredibly good on Dust 2. HAVU looking incredibly shaky. So that's nice. I mean, this veto, I think is interesting. I feel like you take a look at it on face value, you're like, okay, Mirage, that one makes sense for FORZE. It's a perfect map to kind of trial players on as well.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Then HAVU picking Nuke, that's standard. They first picked that one a lot. The fact that they've got a lot of win rate on it, the fact that they win 9 out of 10 maps, like, okay, pretty good. And then the biggest thing on Nuke is the rotations, and you've got suddenly 2 new players in that now need to slot in and adapt. Obviously, they've got experience playing Nuke, but in a completely new structure, it's going to be interesting to see how that one will transpire. So I agree with what you're saying. I mean, potentially, this could be another free map, and we could be pushing the schedule back even further.
I mean, we will have to push, excuse me, the schedule back for a few more moments as we change over the server. But when we're back, what are your predictions for Mirage?
I would see this going FORZE's way. I feel like FORZE do really well on the maps such as Dust 2, such as Mirage, and I tell you what, I feel like we need to get a head-to-head going, because we can talk about the maps, we can talk about the rosters. Let's dive into the rosters a little bit more. Let's pull up a head-to-head if we can, and we can discuss 2 of these players, Xiaofi versus Zen. And when you look at these, especially for CCT, I look at 2 stats in particular. I look at the impact, I look at the rating. And what's incredible is you can't really split these 2 guys apart.
No, they're very close-knit, as you pointed out. And Xiaofi, he's a...
Les serres, là, je trouve que c'est une belle façon pour les Québécois de pouvoir manger à l'année puis d'encourager les producteurs tout en favorisant les circuits courts. Là.
Il doit y avoir plusieurs futurs ingénieurs qui en ce moment regardent ça. Puis dis-moi aussi, je trippe sur l'environnement. Comment le génie s'implique dans l'environnement?
Il s'implique de plein de façons.
I saw you $10.
Cool. I'll just toss it in high-fee mutual funds at the bank.
Seriously?
No. I moved to Questrade. I don't play games with my money.
It's time to switch to Questrade, Canada's fastest-growing online broker.
Sur PokerStars, Breton aime rester connecté aux tables.
Let's get into it.
Alors, quelle que soit votre façon de jouer, vous trouverez votre compte.
We got him.
Place au jeu.
They do still leave some serious dents. I mean, they won one of the CCTs recently over OG, who made it through to the legend stage at a major. It's just proving that these guys have got the firepower. Jerry knows what he's doing, and when he's able to maneuver his chess pieces, especially in Sorta and Xiaofi, Sorta, a very, very prominent AWPer, sharing the same rating as Xiaofi, when he maneuvers them into the right positions and they do show up on the day, then this FORZE squad is absolutely lethal. I would not put them past beating out some of the top 5 teams in the world on form.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it looks like that technical issue is taking a little bit longer than we anticipated. So what we're going to do is throw it to a short technical break. But when we come back, it's going to be that first map in the series. It's going to be Mirage. Don't go too far, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Sorry about that short delay, everyone, but we are here FORZE's map pick of Mirage. They will start on this T side. Couple of pieces of utility on Care, actually, with the smoke and the flash, and it looks like it's just going to be an A pop.
It does indeed look that way. A standard play early doors, but with only one A-bomb site defender, this could be the perfect call. Smoke cuts off top con rather than jungle, though, so that is an avenue for Zane to peek on in with. That Molotov will deny him any further presence close to the site. Doto still trapped in towards CT. Will not be able to deny the bomb plant here, and that is a unicorn start to the round. And nobody has yet gone down. Zane catches ahead of Jerry. Shalfie returns fire onto 2 as X7 snatches one more life away. Zorta continues to fill up the kill feed, Brandon, as this 3v2 will now ensue. As Zorta continues to overwatch from heaven. Ariel, though, cuts him down swiftly, and Ariel, my goodness, the second shot is gorgeous, and Ariel's going to find all three. HAVU, an impeccable retake and a strong start against a, well, no doubt, disappointed FORZE squad here.
Yeah, what a round, especially because FORZE took space in towards jungle after that play, but there was just 3 defenders there. Very unfortunate. Typically, when you plant a bomb on a bomb site, you want to take an extra layer of protection. You want to take an extra piece of map control to make the retake even harder. But, oh my goodness me, those shots from Ariel were absolutely sublime. And I tell you what, if he gets online early, this could be a very difficult day in the office for FORZE.
Yeah, he got that last kill on 1 HP as well, Brandon, just to add insult to injury. And, yeah, FORZE, well, I'm assuming they thought they had that round in the bag, but very quickly was that bag snatched away from them. And now, stacking up towards the B apartments are a couple of these Ts, hoping to catch a timing perhaps onto X7, but I do believe, well, he's certainly spotted one now. And will force the back appropriately with his utility. And with that, FORZE, at least for now, are locked out of B. Still fairly spread out, though, as they try and get an opening pick. Otherwise, discuss what they need to do. Also, another fun fact for you, Brandon, is On Care used to be the IGL for Na'Vi Jr., so they've got 2 brains on this FORZE side now.
That's cool. I mean, like, this squad of FORZE is formidable. Bear in mind, they won the last Central Europe series.
They did indeed. I believe a slightly different roster, but this core is still menacing.
For sure. Shalfie, though, gets removed by Zen's Deagle. Now, no, MP9. Oh, my goodness me.
Good shot from Zorta, though. Spargo catches another top middle. Spargo dinked by a... Is that a Glock or a Deagle?
That's a Glock.
Range? That was a very, very nice shot from the Glock. Unfortunate that it was as such, as it doesn't net a kill, but that is 4 left alive for HAVU. Yeah, they're going to be pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, completely fine. It's only the MP9, I believe, that fell by the wayside. So that's completely fine. Zen can just upgrade now into an M4. In fact, it's just been dropped over, I do believe. So that's completely fine on the side of HAVU.
Is it fine, Brandon?
It is.
I'm sorry.
It's alright. I am just losing my mind, clearly. That first series was just incredible. And now I just don't know what to expect anymore.
I mean, we can expect a nice Shalfie entry there. A promising kill. One of 2 players on the FORZE side as of yet to find frags. And with Ariel out of the equation, they finally exacted their revenge from what he did to them in the pistol. But Spark, that's a really nice shot. Finds another, though, and Zorta lightning speed reaction times lead us to a 4v2, and this is an open B bomb site. In fact, an open A bomb site as well. Sugar does spot a man on the cross. Like will be dropped towards the top of connector here, and a bit of a risky block. Oh, that's very unlucky for Zane, but Zane and X7, they bag a frag apiece, and now we're on a 2v2 with a health advantage for the CT side.
How has this happened then? A potential crumble. Zorta has actually just found Zen, so it makes it even more difficult now for X7 to try and clutch, especially because Shalfie, well, he's been connected this entire time. No. X7 wins out the gunfight, and he's even found that AWPer. Huh?
He got a nade onto the AWPer. AWP goes down, and X7 steals away that round.
That was a 2 versus 4.
Yep, 2 versus 4. Promiscuous indeed. They should have gone to the B site, but they collapse in on A. Bomb is planted in, well, it's planted very dangerously out in the open, and as such, a double swing comes on in, and both the planter and his defender are cut straight through. Orp is too late to the party, and unfortunately for Shalfie, can't kill a player facing away from him for the first bullet. And HAVU is starting to run away with these early rounds now. FORZE, they have a half-eye to reply, but I don't think this is going to be enough, especially after what the Deagles netted them last time.
You're always going to have teething issues with a new squad, with these trial players, if they are permanent fixtures. If they're going to become part of the FORZE furniture, you're always going to struggle with this, right?
Yeah, of
I
course.
feel like that's evident, right? They got goose eggs, both of them. It's a little bit unfortunate, but if HAVU, if they're boot camping, if they're all together as well, that just adds an extra dimension to their play, because they're going to be communicating a lot more effectively. They can look at other monitors to see what's going on. The whole cohesion is just going to be, well, honestly doubled if you compare to FORZE. I mean,
X7 has just been jumped over. Apologies.
No, it's fine. Like, that's not
still
to
a bench
worry.
player.
No, he's dead. Okay.
Okay, Jerry's gone. Short-lived. X7 might get decapitated as he jumps around for Shalfie. But no, things are slowed down again, Brandon. Go back to what you were saying.
I was going to say, if HAVU run away with Mirage and they do it in quite a convincing manner, you then head on to Nuke, which is their best map. I mean, it's too early to tell, but these are very good signs. And just considering the state of which FORZE are giving away some of these rounds, you've got Aerial with the 3K and the pistol, and then that 2 versus 4 loss.
Yeah, realistically, this should be a 2-1 scoreline to FORZE, but it's now 4-0 to HAVU. The Finns are just knifing their way through this Russian lineup, and there's nothing they've really been able to do to respond. Now, something else that's interesting. Oncare and Sugar yet to frag. But, yeah, X7 is 6-0. A bit of a tear early doors here. And he's looking to continue as such. But something else about playing on land, or playing at least together in the same room is the highs are even higher. The lows are a lot because you're in the same room and you can't sort of just mute your mic. You know, take your frustrations out on your table or something. If your mood is down, everyone else is going to feel the same as you. You've got to be very conscious of how your mood affects your teammates when sitting next to them. But you also need to be conscious about how that util is from HAVU. Care down to 46 and Zorza out from behind the box into the open arms of Spargo. And Fargo. As now it's looking pretty likely be another HAVU round with just the sheer displacement they're able to instill in this FORZE lineup.
That was really great work. Completely telegraphed with the utility. FORZE relocate now towards A. Sugar, he's been able to walk out on this bomb site, but with Doto pushing here, I mean, that's just another freebie. Now they walk onto this A bomb site haphazardly. It's very difficult. Zen's been given a one-way in towards Palace. Utility is good to try and displace him. In fact, he's just going to burn alive.
Well, that was an interesting predicament there, but with just Jerry left. I think the cleanup crew are more than well equipped to manage this. And HAVU, yeah, they've just found 5. This is not great for FORZE. It's, of course, their map pick. And funnily enough, it's both of the trialing players who are 0-5. Sugar not even an assist to his name right now. I don't want to even delve into what his ADR is looking like. His most significant play so far has been a bomb plant in the 3rd round, of which he was swiftly decapitated afterwards. So I think a tactical pause is definitely needed here, Brandon.
Yeah.
As FORZE try and just recalibrate themselves.
Yeah, that's a really nice way of phrasing it, actually. Just a recalibration is definitely needed. You just need to kind of take the time, just go, okay, guys, look, it's one of those things that happens. We got off to a slow start, but the importance is how we respond to this. Partial investment with utility, aiming for a bomb plant, I don't mind it at all, because it shows that they're not panicking, they're not immediately forcing in. They want to have the economy to be in a good state where Zorte can have the AWP, where he can start to contest Spargo. Because if Spargo is going to be uncontested or on Mirage, that's a very scary prospect. So I like the fact they're being disciplined. They're making sure their economy doesn't spiral too far out of control, and they're managing it. And that's exactly what you've got in this experience of this core, especially with Jerry.
I mean, they're doing a damn sight better at managing their economy than Copenhagen Flames on the previous series. And it is a little bit of a breath of fresh air here. I do like this disciplined style of Counter-Strike, but Dota also like 3Bs, and that is gorgeous. A double spray down as Uncare finally puts his name on the board, but Dota continues to fill the B third of a tally. And Sugar does also find a headshot with the Desert Eagle, doing far better than any of the rifle rounds they've had so far. But with that, it's 3 left alive for the CT side. Their economy continues to build, and the round count just runs away from FORZE. 6-0 now. But one thing I do want to point out that does need to be changed for the player in Sugar here. As much as I was praising him earlier, he is 0.95 rated, which is the lowest by far on the server here today. And he can't afford to let himself become a liability, especially when he's trialing. I know there's a lot of pressure, but he needs to stand a lot taller than he is right now.
Quick boost in towards ladder. Fargo going for an underpass. Pete being shrouded by the smoke. Trying to spot Shalfie. This is an interesting game of timings that could actually benefit FORZE greatly.
What the hell? Just
no
there's
way!
Fargo! A jumping no-scope onto Shalfie! The timing was perfect for Shalfie. He was just going to walk in and open connector. He could have spun around, but no, he's not given the opportunity. That is disgusting from the Finnish AWPer. And I guess he does hit those on land. Chilling with his teammates, he's going to be very jovial about that. As Dota banks yet another headshot to Batali. Sugar, though, that's huge from him and Zorta. 2 versus 2 ensues, but Ariel shuts down Jerry, leaving just the AWPer in quite the predicament. As you said, we need an AWPer to step up on the side of FORZE here to counterbalance Spargo, and so far Zorta has been that man. Unfortunate that Shelby's life wasn't able to be saved down towards Connector, but this round can still be saved. In this 1v2, the defense is split. Not that it matters because he's on an AWP, but both of them are reasonably low HP. If he continues towards the B site here, it'll be Zane on the back of the site, so he won't immediately hear these footsteps, but he will now as the jumping comes on in. Out of the apps comes Zorta. Playing this one very precariously. Knows almost certainly there'll be a play here, but look at that. Huge from Zane there. Excellently played. Just plays time for the bomb plant and his teammate. Great stuff from him. And that's why he's such a tenured player. That's why he's still so highly rated at 31 years of age.
It's getting rough now.
It is a little bit.
That's the closest sign of life we've seen out of FORZE all half. 1 versus 2.
Yep. Outside of that pistol, that is the best we've gotten.
Oh dear.
It just goes from bad to worse, really, doesn't it? As again, they're onto the pistols. They got a spattering of util, but yeah, they've already expended a fair bit of it. They've got plenty of smokes, flashes, mollies left, but they don't really have the rifles to back it up.
I think that was a nade stack for window as well, and only one of the grenades landed.
That is rough. That is very rough indeed. As X7 is about to make their day a whole lot worse. Doto down to 47, but he's still alive and kicking.
Oh, they're out big.
And Zane, X7, they are brutalizing everyone in their stead as X7 nades himself. Interesting. Shalfie goes down to X7 on the P20. P2020, P2K, I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. That was a disgusting shot. It threw me off completely, and Zorta does not stand a chance in hell. Is there a replay for that P2000 shot? I forgot the name of the gun. It was so stunning.
You know, like, he doesn't mean to, but obviously he's naded himself. It's like the DJ Khaled, like, suffering from success.
Yeah, that's an appropriate way of summing it up, Brendan. I like that. But can FORZE sum up around to their tally? I sincerely hope so. But whilst we wait for that to happen, why not check out our friends over at BitSkins? You can do so by clicking down on the banner below in our description. Azorta, oh, he sees him through the one-way. And that's the first real mistake that HAVU have made this game.
It's a good opener, but we've seen these disadvantages being turned around, and he's talking about the highs being so much more prevalent when you're boot camping together. 8-0 start. Like you have got the best feeling in the world right now. And that's now been amplified by 5 players, all on the server, all in the same room. Oncare has got a very good opportunity here to potentially remove Spargo. It's a very difficult shot to hit. And with the control that he's got out towards middle, the rest of his team are about to congregate with him and maybe split in towards this B bomb site up short.
Oncare forced back at least for now by that Molotov. As Aerial, wow, finds a trade frag.
That's the AWP as well.
That. Yeah, it's just rough. I keep saying rough, but there's no better word to describe what's happening for Forza right now. They're being outplayed, outmaneuvered, outgunned.
I mean, look at this setup right now, right?
Yeah.
You've got the push in the extremity, which has allowed Doto to
okay.
Not be caught out. But there's still 2 players on this B bomb site. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, if they're wise, they're going to hedge their bets away here, and that's exactly what they do. Underpass is fully utilized, but the smoke, I would have thrown that smoke on short rather than into connector, and I think they're starting to wish they'd done the same. Head tap, 1 down. Spargo will fall.
Oh, no.
Sugar, that is a risky plant as X7.
Got time.
Oh, dear.
He pulled out the bomb and then didn't plant it.
I don't know what to say anymore. This is 9-0. Forza have been completely absent as an invited team, as the winners of Central Europe Series 2.
Oh, yeah.
And 3rd to 4th finish in South Europe Series 1. Even a 9th to 16th finish after qualifying in North Europe Series 1. I mean, Forza, they're a strong team. They're a strong core. They're just not doing anything of merit today. I'll be honest. There's been nothing that's really made me go, wow, that was impressive just yet. And I hope that changes soon.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit difficult. I mean, HAVU, this puts them in nice little steading heading forward for the Elisa Masters SBU as well, right? That's why they're boot camping.
What was that? Sorry.
For the Elisa Masters.
Oh
Espo.
yeah, no, that would be why, yeah.
Yeah, so the fact that they've got this, if they put up a dominant performance here, yes, you're playing against 2 trial players as well, but FORZE, who, yeah, again, won last CCT Central Europe, like that's a very big scalp to take, and that does your confidence wonders.
Yeah, but this is a really good warm-up game for them. But carry on.
Well, that's not ideal. We're singing their praises, now they fall into pistols. X7's found 2. Zen steps in with a double as well, and suddenly it's all up to Jerry. And he's actually being accounted for in spawn. Alright.
That's beautiful, man. Beautiful stuff through and through from HAVU to recover. Again, it gets messy. They do let a lot of things slip in that early round that never should have gone as south as they did. But a 10-0 scoreline, one has to question whether or not Forza's heads are really in this game right now. I'm going to check very quickly how many matches Sugar and Onkara have played with Forza so far. I believe they've had good success in ECL. They've won 2 ECL games in a row, and I believe that was with Sugar and Onkare. Yeah, it was. Sugar went -13. Not the best. 0.82 rating. Pretty rough. Onkare, though, 1.11, a +9 scoreline. And then against Fnatic Rising, Sugar again bottom fragged, and Onkare went +11, but still second from the bottom. I mean, Sugar's not been singing his praises amazingly thus far on this Forza trial.
Yeah, needs more than a spoonful.
Yeah. Oh, you make the medicine go down, Brandon. As Jerry, unfortunately not afforded the same treatment as Aerial, does take the opening bit of damage. No kills are found.
Onkara has weaved his way out towards the smokes, but slaloms his way back in. Good. Incendiary, but the flashbang's even better. It allows safe passage in towards under balcony, and as they go up and over, Aerial's got to be so careful. Never mind, X7 will just deal with them, and that just baits Aerial in even more.
Yeah. Daughter, though, is allowed a frag onto Zane. Sugar still acutely aware of the fact they could be an under-balcony player. Daughter peeks on in as X7 and Shelfie, they go blow for blow. And Ariel has finally peeked from his position. His patience was golden and rewarded in droves. That is an 11-0 scoreline. The last time I saw this, an 11-0 scoreline must have been in 2020. I lie, 2021. But it's still very, very dominant here. I really want Forza to do something. You know the meme of...
X7 is 17-2, by the way.
What can you do against that?
You can't.
There's just no... I mean, you could kill him a few times, but it seems to be outside the capacity of Forza right now. And look at this presence towards the apartments. They've just gone for a fast boost, and Jerry's only on a Tech 9 to receive it. And now he receives a Molotov to the feet as well. It just goes from worse to worse for Forza right now.
What's rough is Forze have looked their best when they've been on partial investments.
Yeah, the Pistols have been finding really nice kills. Sugar and Oncare both found their first frag with a Desert Eagle. Bear in mind, this is the 30th best scored in the world up against the 66th. Well, it appears HAVU have executed all the 66s. Forza are just getting bludgeoned.
I didn't expect this at all.
I also did not expect this. I thought Forza were going to win this map, as I said. I thought they'd be, puggy.
A's open. Oh, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
Well, that's a missed palace smoke.
Maybe this is the mistake that Forza needs, maybe? Shelfie, first out, doesn't get killed. They're about to peek from the bench smoke, aren't they? They don't even need to. Doto just catches Oncare, the only rifle player. And Ariel, it's a 1-2. Almost a third man spray down, still a 3v2 ensuing, and Zorta's getting tapped away, almost to the brink. Do
we get a bomb down?
Plant?
Oh, hello.
Oh. He's just given up his position. They knows exactly where he is. Oh dear. Oh dearie, dearie me.
Oh wait, hang on. He can still win this.
That's optimistic from you, Brandon. As X7.
I thought it was 1v1. My bad. I just because Spargo was just so far away, just vibing. I thought maybe like I don't know. It's because they didn't plant the bomb. I was like, oh, he's faked it out. But no, the fact they don't even get a bomb plant there is just so rough. Oh,
yeah, Spargo had an amazing start to this map, but he's genuinely just not been needed for the past, like, 6 rounds.
Oh, dear. Well, this is not what we expected. However, it's still quite entertaining. Okay, is he gonna clear? Yeah, he is. Does get a kill, but allows Zen to throw his utility anyway and still live. Now Doto's just coming in towards window. More utility being deployed. Ariel's even now stepping in towards connector. There is no safe passage, and Sugar gets dinked down low by another volley of utility.
Yeah, again, the health advantage retained by the side of HAVU. The one thing that Forza have going for them here is the fact that they don't have any utility left on the defensive side, but they still have Doto, and it's going to count for a lot more than util, it seems. Only one B defender here, though. It is Zane. He's 13-8. But Jerry on the receiving end looks to continue crouching forward. Flashbang rains on down. Molly in towards the car position.
The cool reposition, though.
Yeah, under window. Zane will get decapitated. And there is finally hope. Zorta bags one more. Ariel needs to go huge here. And there's not actually that much money in his back pockets. It's a risk to go for it. Ariel point the first on Care. Quick trade, though. X7 finally removed by Zorta. And what do you know, Brandon? It's one on the board for Forza. And it couldn't have come soon enough.
Could have come sooner.
It could have come sooner. It would have been nice for everyone watching if it had come sooner. They don't teach you how to deal with a 12-0 scoreline at casting school. It just sort of shuts down the neurons. They stop from firing because it's so incomprehensible at this level of Counter-Strike. I hope that Forza are able to string a couple more rounds together off the back of this now, though. But normally, as a pug squad, you'd favour them on the T side, but that's just not been the case. Gorgeous flashbang from Oncare, though, and Shelfie gets a two-man spray down. That is what we need to see more of.
X7 now to be tested in towards B. If he falls here, so does the defense. He's already being held. Good shot. For Sugar with the immediate trade. That's a confidence booster. Now this bomb site can be overrun. No chance that HAVU will go for this. So as a result, FORZE will get a second, and it's back-to-back.
Took them 13 rounds, but they finally broken the economy of HAVU. And with that, they will have a decent investment come the final round, because Doto and Spargo will be surviving. That AWP will be kept on over. Zane and Ariel can cobble together some SMGs. X7, maybe a 5-7 is what he'll be destined to bring into the game. As I stumble over my words, FORZE still very much stumble over this map. And if this is how badly their own pick has gone, I do dread to think a little what Nuke has in store for them here. 4 alive, though. Weapon saved over. Still an opportunity for a third.
I mean, you could drop a FAMAS potentially towards X7. Although, if you're HAVU, you just give him a rifle, right? Just go, here you go.
I mean, they've given him an MP9, and in fairness, he's been fairly proficient with the SMGs as well.
I'll give him an M4. He's got 19 and 4. Is this going to be a third for FORZE? Are they going to get 3 in a row to round out the half? Or are HAVU going to take 13 on their opponent's map pick?
He should have thrown the smoke, but my god, what a headshot! Doto down.
And he goes back in just to make sure the fire is hot. And it is. Dorse has been naded down as well.
A good start to the round for FORZE, but as you said, the util damage is brutal in reply.
This is good, though. This is much better. It's much more of a well-structured round. They've put information and feelers out towards B. Now they're rotating back in towards A. They have to deal with Ariel, but again, he's the only defender here.
Yeah, 3 men stacked towards the short side. Cut off temporarily by smoke, are starting to edge their way up middle. If FORZE aren't careful, they'll find themselves sandwiched with a rear flank at a moment's notice. Shadow spotted of Jerry, though. And the fight will be left in a stalemate for now until Sugar doesn't clear out the man. They know the exact positioning of an area with a USP through smoke. Decapitates Jerry. That's humongous in the fragging department for the young man alone on the site. As Oncare now takes space up towards jungle, but you're right, the flank is coming fast and it's looking pretty deadly. Chalfie barely escaped with a bomb plant there, quickly cut down by the SMG'd player of X7.
Yeah, soft plant's difficult as well. He goes Zorte in towards Palace with the AWP. X7 just pre-firing. Oncare does find one, but this shot is everything. And in fact, it's Oncare trying to right his wrongs, and what a one-tap to close. FORZE will win 3 rounds on their T half, but now they swap over to the defense. Doesn't get any easier for them, though.
I mean, that 1v2 clutch will at least inspire something in Oncare, a 3k to Vitaly in total. But that entire situation was just a mess. I can't believe Ariel has allowed a fadeaway frag, a USP one-tap blinded through smoke. It's ridiculous that that's even a possibility here. Now with HAVU on 12, if they win the pistol, this game is over before it's really even begun.
Now we've got a little bit of a break. There's breaking news, and it's in the CS world, and I'm going to announce it because this team does play in CCT. Falcons have just signed Kenny S.
You're joking.
No, I'm not joking.
Why? Is it rude to say that he's pretty washed?
Yes, I'd say so.
But he still is pretty washed, though.
I mean, he hasn't played for a while, but...
That's crazy. 6 years of G2.
Yeah.
6 years with G2 and he's finally left. I mean, 2 of them were spent on the bench, in fairness. And he's clearly keen to continue playing. Actually, under his contract with G2, he wasn't allowed to play Valorant for another organization on loan. So I think this was definitely his best way out. But man, that is wild news. I did not see that coming.
And off the back of that, we've got a little bit of a technical issue. So what we are going to do is going to drop that bombshell on you and leave you just for about 30 seconds or so. But when we come back, it's going to be that second half. Can FORZE bring it back, or are HAVU going to run away with it? We'll find out in just a moment.
Well, hello there, ladies and gents, and welcome back. We are getting underway in the second half of HAVU versus FORZE, and Jerry is going to start things off lightning fast. Decapitate Zane with his USB, but Spargo's quick to trade on back on Care, though. They've not checked him, but all the spin from Aerial is gorgeous. Now leaving Forza in quite the predicament, man down, but Jerry is still strong to find another with that PT50 of his. Doto, a swift redecapitation leaves us in a 3v2 now. And Sugar desperately needs to find a frag, but he again falls to the wayside, leaving Shelfie in a near impossible 1v3.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for OnCare, and he's even unscrewed the silencer on the USP. You want a P2000, mate, just equip it. But, yeah, bit unfortunate. Again, HAVU, they just strung on their way in towards a bomb site. FORZE, they've got no real say. It just feels like all the individuals are shining right now for HAVU, and they'll get the pistol, and they will put themselves one round closer to taking away FORZE's map pick. Yes, you heard me right. This is FORZE's map pick, and it's 13-3 to HAVU.
Yeah, their aim has just been impeccable. Like, you cannot fault anyone on this HAVU side. They've just not missed any shots that they shouldn't have hit. And now Forza on the flip side allowed themselves to get run over on that retake there. And Sugar again unable to post a single frag in the round. This would be his third appearance in a row in which he bottom frags for this Forza squad. Again, really not showing himself in the best limelight to be picked up here. Perhaps things will change over on Nuke, but again, Barrage is so commonly a playground for these CIS players. Do you think they would just have a bit more gusto behind them? Either way, Doto starts strong as it's just the pistols for Forza. They're going to let 14 slip here. They're going to try and play for 11 rounds in a row to equalise as Ariel bagged another couple of freebies on the MAC-10.
Yeah, so much money being farmed up into the account. Just Jerry and Shelfie left, bomb planted as well. And yeah, they're even going to run these guys down. It's, oh. That just really sums up the game, to be honest. That one hurts. Shelfie going to try and Zeus, maybe? That'd be exciting, but not quite. HAVU take 14. Plenty of money in the coffers. They could just keep playing the bonus. They got so many rounds to play with. Doesn't even matter. And OnCare's on an A4.
I mean, maybe that's why Blade said he's not ready for Tier 1 yet. Sticking to the A4 in 2022. I jest, of course. But yeah, the A4 is not a weapon we see busted out very often. I can see why it would be used on the CT side. Oh, I'm an idiot. I can see why it would be used in general. It does have more bullets. Does have a bit of a faster spray behind it. And as OnCare's playing around Connector, he could be worried about multiple targets pushing down his avenue at pace. But for now, at least, HAVU Gaming is stacking up towards the back of apartments. Next 7. Oh, he's just going to dance his way straight on through. There's nobody under window to deny his presence. Sugar's at the back of the site, though. Good for one, but not a second. And with that, the B bomb site completely encapsulated by the Finns. Nothing really that Forza can do for the next 20 seconds.
Look at the utility as well. There's no way in. And what that does is not only forces them back, but it allows HAVU to move away from the plant spots. It lets them set up these after plants. Forza all rotated in. Next 7 just takes the fight. OnCare next to the chopping block, and there's no money. Forza just need to save. That's going to be 15.
Yeah, this has been not the greatest testament to what Forza can actually achieve. This is one of the worst times I've ever seen Forza play. They are a much better squad than this. They must be really getting in their own heads at this point. I hope we get to see the Forza that I enjoy watching coming into the second map here. Because they deserve a better game than this. And I think HAVU deserve a stronger opponent than this as well, as they're preparing for Elisa.
Hold it. 5 kills potentially. And as the upgrades come through on this HAVU side as well, Spargo gets an AWP. These difficult, murky waters only get even more difficult for FORZE, who are staring down a really big defeat on their map pick. Fast out towards mid. Look at the pace. Look at how quick they are out towards the top middle boxes. Nade's not going to do a thing, but Jerry at least finds Zen.
Yeah, there is some comfort early doors for Forza. Shelfie spots the barrel of another. The spam is great. Aerial on 18, and the spam goes back for more, but not quite enough to capitalize. Now, the one problem here is that HAVU has a swathe of utility in their back pocket. See it?
And also, look at X7. If he just keeps going out towards Palace, he's going to find that no one's there.
This is another big problem for Forza. They're, again, being outmaneuvered, outgunned. Nothing that they've done this game has been going right for them. And Zorta, he might well be holding the cross, but still, nobody's really keeping an eye on Palace. And are they going to gamble rotate to B? No, they're not. Zorta will be edging back towards CT, but there's still two players in middle who will have no impact on this round. If it will be HAVU pushing out towards A, the flash ensures it. And this is where the onslaught begins, Brandon.
Has to be Zorta. Has to hold the line. Rotations are scrambling, trying to make their way over. But HAVU are in. Mollies, smokes, flashes, good spam. Aerial has been removed, but that's a low HP player, and Zorta actually dies to Sugar. That's a big blunder.
Oh, that's not going to bode well for Sugar, is it? His confidence, the team's going to be angry at him going into the next map. I hope they can mentally reset, and thankfully, Sugar's able to kill one of the right people this time. Care towards stairs, needs to be so careful of X7 underneath him, but he doesn't even anticipate it. X7, what a headshot onto Sugar to seal the deal. And we're done. We're back on schedule, Brandon. It's a 16-3 scoreline.
Wow, okay. That is unexpected. That is not what you anticipate from this FORZE lineup, even with the stand-ins. Like, the caliber of the players, if they are on trial, like, they should be performing better, it's true, but they've got, you know, they've got experience, they've got the reps in as well, playing at this high level, and you feel like they should be performing a little bit better. But regardless, that team structure was very flat. We now head onto HAVU's map pick of Nuke, a map they have a 90% win rate on, and if it was that dominant on Mirage, I'm scared of how well it will pan out over on Nuke. But that's just in a few minutes. We're going to throw this one to a short ad break. When we come back, it's going to be that second map. We'll see you in just a few.
Finally, I found what I was looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just...
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here. It's the Central Europe playoffs, although that first map did not feel like a playoff game at all. HAVU dominated FORZE on their map pick 16-3, and now we head over to Nuke, which is HAVU's map pick. And yeah, it doesn't feel great. How are you expecting this one to go, Tom?
I would love for FORZE to win the pistol and just get themselves a little bit of momentum back in their step as we head into this next map. I reckon that they will stand a better chance of getting into the flow of the game with the CT side being where they start things off. But again, if HAVU play like they did in that previous map, regardless of the side, they were just hitting every single shot presented to them. FORZE cannot afford to rest on their laurels here. And as much as Nuke is considered a CT-sided map, it's not CT-sided enough that it's a cakewalk. And the outmaneuvering was a real problem in the previous map. We need to make sure that FORZE are covering their bases properly and that HAVU aren't allowed to run away with some of the ridiculous plays that they had in the previous.
I see it then. Hello. A little bit of aggression towards ramp on Care. Got to be careful. You don't get caught out. And, well, caught out is what happens. However, there's another layer to this. Zorte's here as well. And you've got quick rotations coming in. So not all is lost, but it is a man opener again for HAVU.
Yeah, and as much as Oncare does see the bomb there on that stint of aggression, it doesn't really net them much. I mean, they know now it's an A hit as they can hear all of the footsteps charging their way on down. Zen does reload as he drops through the vents, though, but it's not going to spur anyone out of position. He's probably going to be going for a secret flank here, and I believe that's exactly what he's doing down below. As FORZE try and group up for some semblance of a retake. Now,
3 out heaven.
Yeah, 3 out heaven. That's not a typical play, but Zane has just got out Shalfie, and it appears his play is working somewhat. Zorta and Jerry are frag a piece, but Jerry is going to have to find 2 more. Finds the first in a very nice fashion. Can't find the bomb, though. Taps it once, and there's not going to be enough time, Brandon.
Yeah, no, some good shots coming in for Jerry, but that's about it. That's the best he can offer up. Clutch going in HAVU's way, and that was nice. It was just a quick kill. It was a punishment as well, because Oncare gets a bit aggressive. HAVU punish, they hold, and then they reset in towards A, just as FORZE over-rotate in towards ramp. So, a very clear and concise pistol, and HAVU, well, they take the pistol, not FORZE.
That is a problem. I really wanted to see them bring their momentum from the get-go on this map. But Shalfie, he's got a hero A1S. I'm not entirely against the play. I just hope he's able to get something with it. And Jerry starts strong. Aerial trade, Sugar down, but Shalfie does get a double. That's huge. We're into a 2v2 here. It's going to be tough, but still very doable for the CT side. But Oncare's been out position. Well, he's making his way over towards A main here. Bombs still dropped, at least for now. But yeah, swiftly planted on A, and Doto, he's ready to deal with events play.
Still winnable here for FORZE. But forced in on Care. Just needs to not overstep. Wait for his teammate. That's an M4 picked up. Full clip in the magazine. Zorte reveals himself from the vent. Nade not going to find the mark. And Doto's position here is honestly everything. There goes the M4 player. And now Zorte's just going to get overwhelmed. There's no time left to defuse. Best he can hope for is to try and hold on to something. And he will manage to save a MAC-10. And the Kevlar, more importantly.
I was going to say, of all of the weapons in his vicinity there, it's very unfortunate that he grabs the MAC-10 on the way out. But at least it's something. And FORZE do look a lot more competitive in these past two rounds than they did for the majority of them on Mirage. HAVU did have to fight for that one. Gets down to a 1v1 on the end of the spin of things. We head into the third hit. FORZE can't really bring out a bite, but with a couple of upgraded pistols, maybe Jerry's MAC-10 could get something done here. Although 3-0 is the likely possibility, and Shelby is already down to 37, and Event Drop has come into fruition.
Yeah, Oncare's fallen as well. Similar scenario. Sugar Oncare not having the best start to life. Odd nuke. Again, 0 kills apiece. Which is unfortunate viewing, to be honest. But they haven't had the rifles out yet. They've had a little bit of a force spy. They've had a little bit of a play with the pistols. Jerry gets an AK at the very least. But when these M4s come out to play, that's where you need impact. And if Oncare is that ramp player, that is significant responsibility.
I mean, something I do want to see, though, is FORZE denying HAVU the opportunity to be singing along to Maroon 5 here. Of course, Sugar, yes please, is what I'm referencing. And Sugar has been on the pallet for these HAVU players for the past two maps. He had only 6 kills, make it 7, apologies, by the end of Mirage there, as he was just outmaneuvered at every junction. He even managed to find a team kill in the midst of a retake. And as HAVU storm ahead onto 3 now, it will be a slightly advantageous buy for the CT side. There's still a Galil in play for Doto, and there's not unlimited cash, causing X7 to stick to that MAC-10. They need to win this round, Brandon, and if they don't win this round, then heaven forbid what happens next.
Yeah, and for HAVU, you look at the T side of Nuke, I typically talk about you need 6 rounds. Okay, well, that's one way to deal with the AWP. You just nade him completely out of the equation. That's rough. That's a heavy investment for Zorte. He's been saving for that AWP, and then he doesn't even get to fire a shot. That's perfect work from HAVU.
Oh, and Oncare had a... I forgot his name. Flamey-esque lineup there towards the ramp. But unfortunately,
they're playing with the rotates again. Look at this. Sugar's dead. That's it. A bomb site. It's open. There you go. Easy.
There's nothing more to be said than this is a masterclass from HAVU and abundantly disappointing from FORZE. Oncare, admittedly, very unlucky. Had the lineup, if he'd have sprayed a little higher and a little to the right, that could have been a 3-man spray down. But again, that's another testament to HAVU. Their util is perfection. Everything they're pulling to the table is perfection. And this is, again, the T side of Nuke. I believe the 3rd most CT-sided map in the pool these days.
Yeah. What's rough as well is they can't even save that AWP.
No, they can't. It's completely in the middle of no man's land. And to add insult to injury, HAVU don't even need one. Spargo's already got one in his inventory. As that timer ticks on down, bomb goes off. I mean, Shelfie and Jerry, they do survive, and Jerry, at the very least, is having a good start to this game. But nobody else is rising up to the occasion around him.
That's your IGL.
Especially Sugar and On Care. And yeah, that's your IGL top fragging. He's gotten bored of waiting for his teammates to do it for him. He's taken this map by the reins and is at least attempting to keep it contested.
I've got the AWP out again for Zorte at the very least. OnCare dropped that one over to him. Yeah, I mean, where do you decide to take this one now? HAVU they can seemingly just take it anywhere, and they are more than happy to play with your rotates early on. Even in the pistol, we saw it. Fake ramp plays. They haven't even gone down, pushed past this doorway, but OnCare has still been caught out at every single turn.
Would I be crazy to ask for maybe a little bit of balanced aggression from FORZE just to see if they can get their confidence back, keep it in a game of trading? Well, in this round it seems unnecessary as Shelfie has found that opener. I wouldn't mind a little bit of a lobby push from them, see if they can catch HAVU off guard, as they do like to keep it slow. I know, I'm just spitballing, see if I can get FORZE to some sort of position where they're able to win a round, and it does look as if they've done well. Put themselves up to the pinnacle in this one. It does a tickle of damage to Shelfie, but I love this anti-flash set up towards ramp here. Zorta, though, falls away at possibly the worst moment, as OnCare is now left in a 1v3 towards his ramp position. Up swing back on in, but
Wow.
X7 decapitates. That's such a clean shot, and Shelfie does even up the numbers, but Zorta's very much being pressured upon here.
And again, they don't even need to commit to this. 30 seconds left. That bomb, it has just been collected. I feel like they will reroute back towards ramp, because that's the most open piece of map control they have, but Zorte hits another shot. But that's by design, to be honest with you. By having aerial full there, it allows safe passage, because time is ticking down low. Sugar can win this round. Spargo was holding for him. X7 with the trade. I think there's just enough time for that bomb to go down.
Okay, good. Finally, some semblance of life from FORZE. That came down to 0.2 seconds, Ren, that bomb plot.
Yeah.
And it's now the defusal is stuck, FORZE can finally breathe a temporary sigh of relief, but there's still plenty of bank balance on this HAVU side.
I feel like if you're HAVU, though, the weak point, you've already found it. It's ramp.
Yeah,
you can just keep pushing that. And the issue you've got is now Zorte is always going to have to be diligent of that position, which means you're going to stick the AWP in towards hell and be in your... Obviously, he is your heaven rotate, but he's going to be more primarily focused on ramp. What does this allow? Well, Doto explored outside in the previous. Do not be surprised if in some of these rounds we see HAVU going for more outside plays because they've conditioned ramp. Look at the smokes. First time we've seen it all half.
Yeah, the wall comes down, but the Molotov does at least deny presence for now. Interesting to see FORZE have opted for a double AWP setup here, though. But Jerry immediately spurned on down by Doto. Look at the space this man has been given, and Zane with a Molotov captures Shelfie, leaving us in another unwinnable 4v2 as FORZE, they just have to save these AWPs. I was going to say I wasn't a massive fan of a double AWP setup for them. I don't think it would give them enough maneuverability, and that's exactly what's come to fray. OnCare, 0-5. I mean, he keeps himself alive likely here. Might get a freebie on the AWP, but no, the X-ray has fooled me. And with that, the bomb timer keeps ticking away, and FORZE, this really just isn't their day.
I see even more mind games from HAVU. That round they dropped the outside smokes, but they never commit off the back of it. They just go for a quick lobby burst, and it works perfectly because you've got Doto leading the charge on the MAC-10, not expecting to find a multi-kill, but he does. Completely overwhelming, and that other kill, it comes from a bottle of flame. Burning alive is Shelfie. The rifles don't even get involved.
That was such a great setup from them, though. As you said, they execute that lightning fast towards outside. And again, testament to their boot camping. These guys are looking pretty ready, if not for Elisa, at least for next round of this tournament. I'm not saying this is a said and done deal just yet. FORZE still have plenty of opportunity to come back into this one. And I do desperately want them to. I want this to be a closely contested series. But from what I've seen from them so far, I just can't get excited for them, even after they win a decent round.
Here we go.
Bit of a change of pace.
A little bit of aggression. Jerry in towards HUD. This is what you're asking for. A little bit of a semblance of control. HAVU, they're going to just force their way back. They're going to retake space outside. Poking and prodding with Zen. Where do they go from here? 1 minute 20. They're still in spawn.
I mean, they've got the time to play with. They do have a lot of util as well. They could just do an outside smoke wall if they wanted to. But ramp control's been taken, at least for now, by OnCare. Can't afford to go overextend too much with that ult, though. If they rush, he'd get very quickly overwhelmed. Problem now is, they have done the smoke wall. They do also have Zane up towards Secret, but I don't think he wants to commit to it. He's going to peek through the smoke, and is he going to account for Shelfie? No, he won't. And that's one of the first bigger mistakes HAVU have made so far. Good Molotovs, though, with Sugar. This is risky. My goodness, gets away with one, though. Go to a quick trade. Jerry's there to support, and that is a great round from FORZE. That is what we need to see a lot more of.
Yeah, what's really good there is the fact that Shelfie catches off the outside player in Zen, and immediately what that does is it completely means that the rotation players do not need to go down on towards B. They can just anchor their positions. They've got all the pieces in the right place. And by playing so far up, you've got Jerry already in towards Hut. You've got Sugar. Yes, it's a little bit of a risk, but he plays ahead of the smoke. By these advanced positions, it means that FORZE just have to jump on HAVU.
Well, looking like they got the jump on them again as Shelfie rips 2 heads from their shoulders. And he's going to find another one. Ariel doesn't even clear the corner. He predicted he'd gone back through the smoke. And Shelfie, he's going to find a 4th. This man is on for the ace. A resurgence from Shelfie now. A man I was praising in the pregame sits 11-3 come round number 8 and X7. I mean, there's nothing he can do to win this round. It would take a feat of heroics unbeknownst to either side on the server thus far today. And Shelfie, he's looking for the ace, picks on in, and he's going to find it. That is what we need to see from individuals on this FORZE side. It's just a shame to see that it's not from anyone outside of the core stepping up to the plate so far.
Yeah, that was really good to see. The fact that Shelfie just gets aggressive and he feels confident and he can make a proactive play. There's now back-to-back rounds where FORZE have really... They've dictated the pace of these rounds. They've got up in the face of HAVU, and it's really unsettled their momentum.
Yeah, I agree. And with these pistols, momentum can only be upset further. Which way? I'm not entirely sure, but Shelfie needs to be careful. The Dastardly Deagles, they've got his number. But unfortunately, it's been a misstart thus far. Down goes Ariel early doors. I was about to say a moment to relax, but he can't quite catch out Zane just yet. Sugar drops a flashbang to help his teammate retreat. And in this 5v4, FORZE continue to have the advantage, and a stern one at that, but OnCare needs to be super careful towards the ramp side as Shelfie does bag yet another. Can't afford to get greedy here. There's no need to get greedy. They are just on the pistols. But OnCare and Shelfie continue the good fight. Leaving just Oto in a 1v5. It's not going to happen. Oh, that's a very nice headshot onto Jerry, though. Economic damage also denies him an AK save. Shelfie. Very, very quick to react. Great spray control up against, well, admittedly just a pistol, but FORZE recover things nicely. And they find themselves a 4th. Already one more round than they were able to ascertain in the entirety of the previous map. Their own map pick.
It is still a bit scary, though.
Very much so.
Yeah, we often talk about 6 rounds being pretty good for Nuke, T-side. But the HAVU have already got 5. And they've shown that they can just streak rounds together. It's scary. But thank you, as always, to our partners over at Bitskins. P2P is live now. Make sure you go and check that out in the banners below. This time... players are going to start down over towards B. And this is actually the correct call because HAVU, this is the first time they sent multiple numbers outside. So this flash is going to be prepared at the perfect moment for Shelfie to peek.
It's a great peek, but he can't catch anybody. As much as that's information gained, he really would have wanted a kill from that spot. But
oh,
Jerry,
hello.
Oh, Jerry, you saucy minx! Will find ahead of Spargo, but gets immediately shut down by Doto. And again, that is not as much as Forza would have anticipated to get from that scenario. Zane with a Molotov catches Shelfie on the fadeaway. And this is where things get dangerous for Forza.
Yeah, what's difficult here is Forza need to just not overstep the mark. Utility rains on through. On K, you can see he's trying to weave his way through. This is a nice little angle. When Doto, how on earth have you hit that? How on earth? That's so unfortunate, but Sugar, well, he repairs the damages. 2 versus 2, but look at the bomb. Look at that mini-map right now. Zen, oh, he's about to plant on B.
Oh, 9 HP as well. And he's got so much util to deny this retake. 1 Molotov towards ramp will buy so much time, but Sugar, he's got the right idea. Oh, but X7 is so prominent on that swing, and Zane on 9 HP. He's going to seal the deal. HAVU, that's not a round they had any business winning. Especially with how well prepared Forza looked at the start of it.
Yeah, I mean, it all starts with this. You've got the Shelfie and Jerry combination outside, but the utility prevails, and then what on earth?
I mean, Sugar does a nice attempt at keeping this one alive, but the swift decapitation straight back from X7 and Squeaky. It's a killing blow, not only to poor old Sugar, but to the round in itself. And Shelfie, he might have a 4 KD right now. He might be sitting comfortably 16-4. We're going to need to see a hell of a lot more from the rest of the squad. And Zorta, that is just an ill-advised play. Man advantage again to HAVU and Brandon. Things continue to just look off for Forza in a lot of these rounds.
Sugar, though. This is nice. He can hear all of this. So this gives the information over towards OnCare. He needs to stand tall, but he's already been spotted and goes down without taking a single player with him. But that's the bomb. Hello. That's a great kill to find, but X7 just says no. Now Jerry's pushing the smoke as well, but it's being held the entire time by Zen. This ramp is such a weakness.
I'm going to go as far as to say, take OnCare off of ramp, replace him with someone else, and try and put him in somewhere he feels more comfortable, because he is clearly not comfortable playing ramp right now. I'm pretty sure he's not had a single frag there. Zorta, who is playing AWP up in heaven, has found more kills on ramp than his counterpart in OnCare at 2-0. It's just simply not good enough from the young Na'Vi player. And I guess it's just a testament to Blade's harsh, but apparently fair criticism. OnCare still needs to get a lot more experience before he can achieve the heights of Tier 1. And now is not a great time for him to be discovering that. I like the effort from Jerry, but I'm pretty sure X7's got his number sooner rather than later here.
Shelfie's forced. I mean, it makes sense. He's going 17-5, but at the same time, he's just lost his investment. And that rifle hasn't been recovered, and it can't be recovered either.
It's a game of cat and mouse, man. Just HAVU with Tom and Jerry is Jerry.
It's literal Tom and Jerry, yeah.
I really don't want him to just save a USP.
Please don't just know. What is the... They haven't got armor. What's the point?
Oh, Jerry, why? Tell me why, Jerry, because it ain't nothing but a heartbreak. And if I'm honest, Brandon, I also think that it's a mistake. I guess at least the USP looks nice. Got some cool Optic Atlanta stickers on it. Not really a consolation, though. Honestly, I can't say I've ever seen anyone save just a USP before.
No, he saved a Zeus.
Right. Sorry. I can't say I've seen anyone save just a Zeus before.
There we go.
I
don't know.
Well, that was odd. What was the play there?
I guess the only thing I can think of, which I feel like doesn't matter, is he saw Doto got a kill with a Mac 10 in the feed, and he thought, no $600 for you, I guess. I don't know. I'm really clutching. I have no idea.
I thought the same, but I just... That still doesn't make sense. Jerry. Oh,
It's
he's
util.
not in a great spot right now. Sugar does find one, but a quick trade from, again, the util. It's brutal. And Shalfie somehow doesn't get that kill. It's stolen by Zorta up in the head, but Shalfie now in the danger zone. Managed to bag an AK as Jerry. Jerry finally activated. He sits in that hot smoke for 20-odd seconds and finally capitalizes and will take 2 to the grave. He's still alive and kicking, in fact. This is all up to Doto now in a 1v4. We've seen some ridiculous clutches from Ralls this morning on the Copenhagen Flames side of affairs. But Nuke is a tougher man to do that on. No! Please don't say I've spoken too soon. Forza, please. Don't lose a round like this. And he's got the bomb. He's gone down to B Brand and there's still a glimmer of hope.
Okay, going 1 and 9 as well. They just need to regroup here. They just need to go together. You do not need to have these individual gunfights because otherwise that's going to be the downfall. On Care coming in towards double. You've got your player in Zorta, the AWP in from ramp. Doto's just going to tuck in. They've got no kit. There's one smoke. On Care has to give away the audio. And he's going to smoke off Decon. Things go from bad to worse. The timer's already ticking down. They need to swing this together. On Care doesn't check the corner.
Trigger
discipline. And Doto lands the shot. Zorte can't manage it. Doto has just won a 1 versus 4. The hearts sink even further for FORZE.
I can't believe what I've just watched. I cannot believe what I have just witnessed. As I literally said, we saw clutches this morning. That is what we have delivered. That is arguably better than most of Rals's. On a map like Nuke, he does it so elegantly. The trigger discipline is insanity.
The fact he even goes for the knife as well, that's just insult to injury.
Wow. Yeah, there's some pretty upset people watching at home. They're asking to stop the count. You know it's bad when people are asking to stop the count when your team is losing.
It's 9-4. Xavi has 17 kills. 18. This is not the round they win, surely.
That's Oncare's second kill, by the way. I'm pretty sure he's only had pistol frags so far as Jerry has taken my advice. He's playing ramp instead, but Aerial doubles up. Still a 2v2, though. And Oncare, he's got an AK in tow. Molotov. Ooh, forces him into a corner. He's got to swing. He's got to swing this, and as such, Aerial finds his third in the round, and Shalfie, no doubt shaking his head, muttering utterances under his breath, has just got a deagle in this 1v2. No idea where Aerial's gone to, but Aerial has just made his way up the ladder, and the bomb is comfortably on A, with no distractions.
Can I just say, the utility usage from HAVU has been absolutely sublime.
Applause-worthy. Applause-worthy util.
Honestly incredible. The amount of kills that have come from incendiaries either literally burning players alive or flushing them into a position that is being held is absurd. I think we're at like 6 or 7.
After this round, if the observer can hear us, can we have a look at the utility damage for HAVU, please? Also, nice spot from Shalfie. I did not see that. Oh, okay.
There's no kit.
No, he's got to run for it to save the AK, and if he's unlucky enough, he might even go down to the A main swing, but no, Shalfie's got a very damn good spray, and somehow Shalfie has 20 kills. Like, he's leading the charge on the server by a metric mile, but it's just not doing anything. Oncare has 1/10 of his kills, and Forza just look disjointed, but Observer, if you can hear us, I would love to see the utility damage for HAVU. Not sure if they can or not, but I anticipate that it is a lot.
Yeah. Well, we expected a brawl. In fact, it's just been completely one-sided. Zen has even found another. Tries to get down the vent on Care.
Oh my goodness, he sees the barrel, but he doesn't check it.
Oh, that's just horrific. That's so unfortunate for him, to be fair. Like, that one's rough. So's that for Sugar. And now Shalfie's about to walk. Oh, okay, no. This one's still on. 2 versus 2. AWP. They've got kits. They've got utility.
But it does seem that HAVU don't have an on-care in the world, as this scoreline lead is tilting to the max. Still a possibility in this round, as you said, but timer is ticking away so damn fast. Only Zorta for the kit. The bomb is planted all the way on the back of site.
Oh,
the smoke
no.
has completely missed the mark. All they need to do is swing single door. That's exactly what happens. X7 and Aerial have a perfect crossfire, and the embarrassments continue tenfold for Forza, who put 4 up on the CT side of Nuke.
Yeah, that is... I feel... yeah, Shalfie... This game, the scoreline is... What, 11-4? Yeah, 11-4.
Sonic's Law, maybe?
Shalfie has like 130, I think 140 ADR.
Jesus Christ, man. Shalfie's just vibing right now. What else can I say? But the rest of his team, I think vibing is possibly the wrong word to use.
Oh. There's a scoreboard.
There's a scoreboard?
You see what's
I do love a
happened?
good scoreboard.
11 on the T side. Oh, dearie me.
Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, Shalfie has 135 ADR right now.
Yeah.
Which is almost double. But it's over triple on Cares, it's over triple Zortes, and it's almost triple Sugars, by the way. Which is misery-inducing.
Oh, there we go.
That's good, though. Progress, as Sugar's still alive as well. The dual Berettas are blinded. That's great flashbangs. Impeccable flashing from Forza here. 5 versus 2 as the bomb goes down, but on Care, again removed. As X7 is not going to go down without a fight. But Jerry puts him down, puts him to bed very swiftly as Zane has a lot to do here. Not a lot to do it with, and subsequently shut on down. Forza have won their first pistol round of this series, and their 5th round on Nuke.
HAVU force it into this as well. Might as well.
Confidence
So many
brimming.
rounds to play with. You can give Ariel a scout. Ariel! You know what? I'm not going to say anything. But there are moments... Oh, he doesn't actually have it as Spargo. I've seen Ariel on a scout on this map, and like he's hit some insane shots.
I mean, back when Ariel was on Ents, I know it's a long throwback, but
Oh,
I
the
agree with you
nades
completely.
again.
My God! HAVU stopped it, already dead! This was a force by Ariel's got one with the season on Care. He can't even find the first. That is appalling from Forza. Oh, they're just getting buried further and further. Buried alive under the weight of 12 HAVU rounds. And as we head into round number 18, there is a 7-round deficit for the T side. Shalfie has 22 kills, but they mean nothing.
That utility again. Was that a double or a triple nade in towards Squeaky? Regardless, it lights up in the feed, brings 3 players down to below half, and then the SMGs and the 5.7s, they can just spam away.
Yeah, they have a field day. It's free real estate. We're bringing it back, as this is the first tactical pause that Forza have called. It took them long enough. This is one thing that I do take issue with Forza. They're a squad that very often forgets to take a breather. Honestly, at this stage, they're probably just trying to get this map out of sight, out of mind. Bear in mind, they pretty decently beat HAVU back in South Europe Series 1. I mean, yes, they did have a double overtime on Vertigo, but a 16-12 on Dust. That's a good scoreline to be putting up. And as much as Dust and Vertigo haven't been in the pool today, even still, you'd think they'd be able to translate some of that firepower to Nuke. Or at least Mirage.
I mean, hey, sometimes your opponent is just having a really good day.
The most tilting thing that anyone could ever say to you.
Described in the game itself. It also gets 1 with the scout,
Jesus.
but that's it. Doto just says, no, you've had your fun outside. That's mine, by the way. Hat-trick of kills on the Galil. 20-12. Looking to make it a quad.
A good year.
Boys against men.
I'm pretty sure this is teenagers versus toddlers, man. excuse me, I can't pronounce his name now. Onkere hasn't quite learnt to walk just yet. Is that a 0.2? No, 0.33 KD. No, that's not right either. It is a 0.2 KD. I have the right maths the first time. Not what they needed on this Forza side, if I'm going to be completely blunt with you, Brandon. That's a nice headshot from Zorta. But then Ariel immediately replies, and Zane is gonna get a free roaming Jerry. Balls away to blue box, and that's all she wrote, really.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
There we go.
Onkare finds his 4th kill, coming into round number 19. As Ariel tapping away.
Oh, goodbye.
Oh, that's brutal. That
Again,
is
it's
brutal.
these nades, man. Like that one, like he's low and he knows where he is, but at the same time, like it's still a testament. The HAVU are so diligently know about their utility. This one's just Glocks. This one should never be spiraling out of control. A couple of kills, yeah, that's fantastic if you're FORZE, but it's too little, too late. There's going to be 14 rounds on the board for HAVU, 2 rounds away from closing out the game in such a dominant manner.
You know what the saddest thing is, though? Shelby has the most multi-kills of any player in the server right now. 6 on Nuke alone. And he continues to deliver, but there's nobody around him to even attempt to help him out. And as much as not all of his kills have been impactful, enough of them have been impactful that rounds should have been spurned off the back of them. But looking at the rest of it, Doto has 5 multi-frags, X7, 3. Every single player on HAVU has had at least 1 multi-frag, but Sugar and Onkare are yet to put more than 1 kill up in a round. And Onkare also has a 42% KAST, which is more than I thought he'd have, but still pretty disappointing.
Back in with the guns now. AK's on the board. The utility is very light, which is very difficult. Try and work their way in towards a bomb site. And HAVU, they've just got control. However, ramp is open. Oh, no, it's not. The minimap's deceiving me. It's not open. X7's behind the box. I knew it. As soon as I said it, I was like, I looked at the map, I was like, no, I'm wrong. However, this is a powerful position. Again, Jerry just gets completely obliterated by Spargo. Another opener on the AWP. And now the ramp players can't find a thing. Again, common theme of Nuke.
Yeah, a very common theme of this game especially. Dane, though, surpassing his namesake in frag tally, very narrowly escapes an execution towards the double doors there. Dane continues to spam through the smoke, but to no avail as the bomb does get planted in HAVU. Pull me in.
No.
Wow. Are you kidding me? Spargo finds another as well. Doto, this is brutal. That shouldn't be allowed. It's a 4v3, and I was going to say that maybe they should consider saving with their economy in this position, but no, they're going to keep going for it. It's a 3v1 out of nowhere. Onkare has to fight for his life, and he will find a double, the best he's done all game, but there's a kit on Ariel, and again, HAVU sealed the deal. 15-5. They have a 10-round lead from round 21, and we are staring down the barrel of a very imminent close here.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do really there? It just completely falls apart. The spam, it's just not going your way. Onkare does very well to transfer onto the second player, coming out of the double door, but just can't quite translate the crosshair back over to adjust for single. All the HAVU players swing on him at once and bring it into a 1 versus 1. It's still a good showing. Lowest fees and most trusted are partners at Bitskins. Make sure you check them out. Get some cool knife glove combos like that skeleton fade. Very nice.
Yeah, the Prince stream very popular right now as well. Won't be able to catch anything early doors as X7 is forced back into the depths of ramp. 47 HP to his name.
Oh, they go ramp again.
And a Molotov expended, and already 1 more kill than Onkare towards the ramp side. Looking
just
for
left
another.
him alone.
How has he been allowed to live that long? As Spargo now Yeah, he's looking to seal the deal here. That's a 5v2, and HAVU, I'm calling it now, that's a 16-5. Care does look to shut me up, at least for now. 7 HP, though, it's just not looking good. 7 and 17 is not acceptable at this level. As he edges his way further towards hell, Spargo does miss a shot uncharacteristically. Fakes a fadeaway, but they will hear that rescope, not that it matters, as Onkera goes down, leaving just Jerry in the 1v4. Make that 1v3. Could we see a miracle before our very eyes? We've seen a 1v4 already off the back of, I believe it was Doto. Now, the IGL of FORZE needs to step into his shoes.
25 as well. So can't really play with the clock. Has to commit. And I feel like he's just going to walk into hut, which is exactly the angle that's being held by Doto. So, yeah, I mean, what can you really do here? Not a lot. HAVU. Dominant map. 16-3 on FORZE's map pick of Mirage. And we always thought that Nuke was going to fall their way. But 16-5. That's a statement from HAVU.
8 rounds across 2 maps, Brendan, is, I think, the worst scoreline we've had at CCT Central Europe so far. And to think that it's an invited team putting up those numbers. And again, this invited team is not the FORZE that we saw before the player break. It's not the FORZE we've seen recently. There have been a couple of roster changes, but even with 2 roster changes, even with 2 trialing players, you think, first of all, they play with a bit more confidence, a bit more looseness on Mirage, but they were rigid and lacked team play and were brutalized subsequently. Looking at the second map, I'd say they still lacked a hell of a lot of team play. They looked a little bit more pieced together, but not getting anything on that T side. It's just harrowing. In fact, no, they got 1 round on that T side, my apologies, and that was the pistol, which is already a gimmick in the first place. FORZE have a lot to do, a lot to get back to the drawing board on, and I seriously hope they can find a combination that works for them, because again, this is a team that I have enjoyed watching for a very long time.
Yeah, look, I mean, commiserations to FORZE are going through a bit of a rocky transition period, but credit where credit is due. HAVU played exceptionally well. Boot Camp Buff have to see how they will continue their efforts, not only in the Central Europe playoffs, but also looking forward ahead to other tournaments such as Elisa Masters Espo. But now, in fact, we've actually got the broadcast back on track a little bit. We've still got 2 more best of 3s to bring you, folks. It's going to be K23 versus IKLA first, and then it's going to be SANGAL versus UNGENTIUM. But for now, we're going to throw it to a short break. When we come back, there'll be a new set of faces here to talk you through all the action. So for me and Tom, thank you so much for listening to us drone on for about 6 hours now. And we hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Take care and have a good one. See you in a few minutes.
Finally, I found what I was looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Finally, I found what I was looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website, you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Well, it doesn't get more 50-50 than this. For a pretty interesting matchup between IKLA and K23, there's reasons to believe it's anybody's game. And to take you through it, it's me, Anthred, and Exner right beside me for, again, what's sure to be a toss-up.
Yeah, I mean, there's no telling which way this game is going to go. It's very much so exciting, though. IKLA obviously looking in peak form right now as they made it through the Swiss stage 3-0. They were looking absolutely electric in that group stage as well. Versus K23, who obviously we know a lot of names that have come from this roster, recent major champions in Fame and Norbert, but they're no longer with them here on K23. So they have had to pick up the pieces, and I feel like they've been doing so quite nicely.
Yeah, I mean, like, they just get off a pretty convincing series over IKLA, literally while we were waiting a little bit. They had to finish up their best of 3 in a 2-1 win, but considering they've just picked up a couple of new players, you've got to give them credit to have made it this far. We'll look at the rosters because there's a couple of interesting heads on both sides of the coin. The first up being the likes of K23, and the interesting one for me is Defizer, who I could find literally no data on, but this guy has still been doing well in recent games with K23. That just kind of goes to show you, like, the talent recruitment for this roster. K23 have consistently now had players plucked from their system, plucked from their unit, and they put another one back in that place, and it just works. Defizer is case and point that. Like, I don't know how they keep doing it.
Yeah, that's super impressive. I mean, you got to give credit to that usually, if that's the case, Coach IGL combo. Now, right now, I don't know actually who even is doing the IGL role on K23 with the departure of Nealon, right, who used to be calling the shots for this team. But all that being considered, you know, again, massive credit to what Solar's been doing for this roster, because what he has built up is long-standing and very impactful players so far in the scene for the CIS region. So if he continues to show that ability to find these guys and get them into, you know, very good form, then I mean, he's going to be one of the more important coaches that this team has. And I wonder, how exactly they found this player, but either way, K23 doing a great job of finding new talent, bringing them into their system, and utilizing them to full effect. Because once you lose some of the star players, once you lose the fames of the rosters, you can, see a lot of teams flounder and struggle to rebuild that same form. But K23 are getting back and moving very quickly, and I wonder if that's going to remain true here in Central Europe.
They kind of need it to, right? I mean, again, this is the most winnable it's going to get, considering the matchups you could have been put into as one of the invited teams. To go against a team like IKLA right now, honestly, isn't all that bad. But for the heads of IKLA, the reason I say they're interesting is because they got a couple of stand-ins today. I mean, we're missing some of the key points of this roster. Kvem and Saltovsky aren't here today. So if there's any time you are going to get an upset, it's now. Two of the big heavy hitters of this team aren't going to be here. And if you don't know IKLA, they're a very team-based, success kind of rate, if that makes any sense. When they don't have their full team there, when they're not all feeling comfortable, it's very hard for them to find success. And when you play with two stand-ins, that gets even more difficult as things go forward. Again, considering Kvem and Saltovsky are usually your heavy hitters to get you back into a game, you've got to work without them now. And against the warmed-up K23, there's a big chance for them to get swept away.
Yeah, this is, where I feel like we really start to lend itself to K23's favor, right? Because right now, we're looking at this roster, there's just a little bit too many changes for my liking, right? I mean, you're missing a lot of crucial pieces here for this team, and so that's going to be a bit of an issue. There's just no doubt about it. You're going to have some struggles here, losing out on Kvem and Saltovsky, two of your more crucial players. Kvem obviously delivering massively in that impact. He has been a proven player, very much so for IKLA in some of their peaks, and Saltovsky as well, very important on the lurk role. So IKLA assistant-based team, I wonder how they're going to work without those two.
Yeah, I think if there's anybody you have to rely on right now, it's going to be somebody like Sensei. It's going to be your star opper, your big, X factor on a team. If he doesn't show up, it's kind of going to be difficult for this team to start to add up to some success. I'm not too sure what these substitutions are really going to bring to the table. I haven't heard of any of them. Sad and Masball are the two coming in. And there's, again, not really much data on them to go off of. Not too sure if it's like a changing of roster kind of thing, or maybe a couple of players are sick. I really couldn't tell you, but still, again, it doesn't really discredit from the fact that it's going to be difficult for them to find success in the long run. Now, we go on to the veto, because this arguably is a bit more important. Mirage, Overpass, and Dust 2. Now, there's a couple of maps in here it's not surprising to see from a team like IKLA and what they play in the past, but Overpass is a surprise here to let, slip through the cracks, because that is their worst map statistically. As a full team, they struggle on it. As half a team, I can't imagine it goes any better. And K23 just come off of one of the most dominant Mirages they've had under their banner's history. So you've got to play against that absolute fireball of momentum this entire step of the way.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly difficult. That's one thing for sure here. I think Mirage is actually a roster where they really utilize Kvim and Saltovsky individually. Saltovsky on the T side always lurking about towards apartments, so not having that little extra avenue of approach, it's actually something that IKLA utilize quite a bit on their T sides as well, is trying to take that B side way more than teams usually do. It's one of their why this map is their strong suit. So again, having less of those critical pieces is going to be a huge issue for this roster. And this veto, it does really offer up some worrying signs. Obviously IKLA getting rid of their permaband of nuke, but that leaves Overpass, and we know how difficult it can be if you lack some of that coordination, and rotations is the name of the game there on Overpass on the CT side. So if at all you're struggling with some of your rotating players, if anything comes to call there in that department, IKLA, they could be in for a world of hurt. And I think that's kind of what we're getting out of this this kind of substitution, losing out on two very crucial players. It's not going to be easy. Dust 2 though, I think is going to be more of a level playing field. Maybe we can see Sensei take over if it does get to the map 3, but I think Sensei and Jeki are going to be the two players that just have to go absolutely crazy this game.
Right, and it's weird to say that, IKLA come into this no longer the favorites because of these substitutions we talked about. IKLA have in recent history been leveling up as a team, making very deep, consistent runs in these online events, sometimes grand finals, sometimes semifinals. They're a very consistent lock in recent memory to go very deep. And they could honestly fizzle out in the round of 16 right now. Again, K23 kind of get luck of the draw in this, but it's just weird to me that like these two players coming out is going to change the entire dynamic of IKLA to the point where they might struggle to go further. And these maps, again, don't help them in any way whatsoever. I guess like Mirage makes sense to me as a pick by the team. Maybe if you're going to go for a punish pick, sure, but more so in the fact that it's like everybody knows how to play Mirage, so you can throw a couple of players in the mix and have as good of a result as any as you probably could on any other map. So I'm not too surprised to see the way the veto goes, but it still doesn't lean any more in your favor. It's like K23 have everything going for them coming into this now, and that puts a lot of pressure on the individuals of IKLA, like Sensei, like BYR, who are going to have to step up in place.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, right? This is going to be a lot of pressure on them. And like you said, I've really liked IKLA's runs as of recent, just given the fact that they have consistently made it into playoffs of North Europe, playoffs of South Europe. So they've been a team that's consistently been making it deep into these playoffs. I think this might be putting a stunt in their momentum here, just given the substitutions. But if they were wielding their full five, I think, you know, I would give them the favor in this matchup here. IKLA have proven themselves to be a team making it deep, making those runs very promising, not really floundering in terms of some of the competition that they're up against, and stylistically being a team that's very hard to put down. But all that being said, I mean, with these two changes, I think it's just enough to let K23, you know, despite a couple of changes that they've gone through, maybe just utilize some of that foundation that they have already laid out as a roster, playing together for quite some time, a couple of months underneath their belt for some of these players, these new additions. So it's not going to be the end of the world here. I think K23 are going to be able to slide on by here in this matchup here and be quite happy that IKLA have got themselves a couple of substitutions, because if that wasn't the case, I don't know if that would have been the same.
Yeah, I don't know. I still kind of want to see what the FORZE is going to be able to show us in these upcoming series, because he's the one I've got my eager eye on for K23. Again, we've talked about their talent development and how they're somehow able to pick up these stars consistently over and over and over again. But obviously, the core is going to matter just about everything in a game like this. But the FORZE, again, like we talk about, he's coming in. There's nothing on this guy. Like, I can't find even a FACEIT profile about him. I mean, the most I've seen him play is like 2 seasons of VSCA Open and a couple of events under his belt, but like nothing to this level. So this is like, to my knowledge, his first showing in a somewhat tier 2, tier 1 scene, and he's doing pretty well. Like against Heat, he played them the other day in an event, 34 kills on them in a best of 1. Like, that's impressive. That's not something you just come in and do on a complete whim. It's like, this guy has what it takes, but what can he do on the consistency part?
Yeah, that's absolutely nuts right there. I can't believe that he's dropping those numbers. Again, like I said, a lot of pressure on the systems, but man, the recruiting at K23 has to be something absolutely obscene, with the players that they've been able to identify as potential talents and then bring into the server and prove to be talents, man, because it feels like they are able to find so many effective players, bring them up to match ready, and very quickly put them into the server and let them activate. But all that being said, guys, we aren't going to be activating on this matchup just yet. We got a little bit of tech issues before we hop into this one. All that being said, we're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be right back with the action. CSGO coming soon. Make sure you stay tuned.
in utter disbelief that finally we're heading into the game, K23 and IKLA. Well, maybe, honestly, look, we come into this talking about how K23 have a little bit of momentum from a previously played series. Kind of might be at an all-time low now, considering we had to take a couple of pauses to get here. Maybe it's a bit more even than initially anticipated, but into the pistol we go to see if that's the case or not.
Yeah, warming up here quickly could cool off, though, on this fast A-take. They are just going absolutely aggressive in towards this A-bomb site. Jackie looking to find the entries, and eventually will find it. A lot of bullets spammed in, but they are finding those kills on the A-bomb site here. There will be one in CT spawn to deliver a couple in return, but still the site being claimed here as they start to make the retake efforts, and oh no, Jackie goes down inside of jungle as well.
Well, somehow they've been able to pull this back to a reasonable situation. Still have to deal with Sad and Jungle. They have no idea if a Geo flicks around. It's beautiful on the connection, and it's not even planted for Sensei. Give this one up. Doesn't really matter if you go and swing out. Defizer's got this unlocked. The new recruit for K23 holds it down, and they end up winning that pistol in surprising fashion.
Yeah, that was a take that was looking very strong. You got BYR and Jackie finding a couple of nice opening duels, but unfortunately for them, it was the retake effort that came a little bit too quick. Geo finding 3 kills in that round, immediately delivering them an access into this round. And interestingly enough, Geo has just tossed it up over getting that one out immediately.
Alright. Nah, man. Sling that bad boy as soon as you can. This is a forced buyback from IKLA too, so they might be walking into a world of hurt because of this, but not on the right side of the map to contend just yet. Looks like, again, they want to group up for a fast A push. 4 of them outside the ramp with a mid-crunch in tandem. But this could be quickly unraveled by the cat hold of Geo. First kills come through, and still we're going to require some trades if you want to see K23 hang on to this lead. And the op's now rotated in, so the big boy is here to play with a flashbang to assist. X5 is ready to shut this down. A double from the under balcony. It looks like this little Cinderella story is going to come to a quick halt.
It's becoming a bit awkward there. Off still held on to, but taken down to 12 HP. Some problems arising. And I think all the while they're just going to hold onto the brakes just a little bit here. Geo's pulling in a long flank. He's moving very quickly as well. And what I'm noticing is there's no kits, so that's going to be a bit of a problem. Going to start to make their moves on in slowly but surely. Just waiting for this flank to activate. Gio's going to have himself a couple freebies, potentially. Spots out one of the heads. The other one in towards jungle here, but they don't realize it just yet. They have to get on this bomb immediately. They're running very quickly out of time, and they're able to find the first kill there, but the bomb is being stuck in. I don't know if he realizes this, and I don't know if it'll matter. He gets one more, but on the bomb already, he cannot seem to find it. Just enough time to defuse. And Delphis are going to save the day in a big way, but it came down to the nearest of margins.
I mean, you'll take that, though, right? As soon as you can get these guys back onto a force or other an eco, it'll pretty much make up for itself. But that's if they want to. Like, IKLA keep getting like 3-4 kills in a bomb plant. So every single one of these rounds has another reason behind it to reinvest and try to break the bank of K23, which they keep doing. And until K23 are able to demand some consistent respect in one of these rounds, we're going to see these force buys come out. It's an IKLA special. They do it all the time. They keep trying to put pressure on teams until they absolutely have to stop it. And this time they're going to go for a little bit of an explosion out middle. Double in underpass. The A1S not yet spotted, but looking around, Jackie's got the opening duel. It's mid-control for IKLA, and K23 are left dumbfounded.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to activate very quickly and early on in these rounds. Jackie's just constantly going for opening duels. And you can see, you know, they have a game plan here, IKLA, and they're sticking to it, right? This early aggression is just ever present in the round. They're trying to get map control very quickly and play off of that. Honestly, in a prime position. Boosted on top of this window position. I wonder if he's going to get spotted out here. It is a dangerous game to play with the op there. Breaking up with he's just been spotted. That's a beautiful kill. Now they're going to work in towards this B side here. The Pfizer's going to spot him out quickly, but he needs to hold on.
He jumped out, but he's going to have to do a whole hell of a lot more than just stop them for the time being. He's going to have to get a couple of kills in this one if they want to pull it back, and they've just done that. Geo and Pfizer off catwalk have shut this down. Masval still from enemy lines, but Clax has got his boys back, and it's all BYR in from the apartment. This is a 3-on-5 that IKLA have let go crazily down the gutter. 47 health. He's going to have to pull off an almost improbable 1v3, and it stays at just that. Op probably won't be recovered, but K23 don't care.
I think they did get it. Geo tossing that one over as well. They were able to claim that one, get another round of the board, shut it down in a much more tidy fashion as well. So IKLA probably not going to make a case to reinvest here. And again, some of these rounds you just can only imagine, right? If Kavim is in a 4v5, a 3-on-4 with, you know, a minute left on the clock, you just think that's going to be an IKLA round guaranteed. But the fact that they don't have them is definitely a bit of a problem, right? I mean, you can see some of the follow-up just isn't there off the back of Jecky's entries.
I was worried. I thought maybe Sad was going to be able to sneak a kill in there, considering he had beat that Molly, and it didn't really seem like the FORZE was all that aware of the possibility. But now that he's backed up to the site in a safe way, maybe there is a shot that he just shuts this down. But Jecky, you speak a shutdown, so deliver one in middle. We're right back to 4-on-4, and these are just pistols. So, like, any trade you get is heavily beneficial for IKLA here.
Shut down, though, eventually, very quickly by Agent. Sad dink down very low as well, taking just some low margins. So IKLA probably just going to flood out towards the A side, looking to group up. At the meantime, PYR going to find a nice kill. I don't know where that took place, though. It looked like towards the A site. They look to continue their endeavors and towards A, and they are grouping up here somewhat. They have a third prong in connector. Second prong, rather. As Sad, he could get taken down. A little bit of damage done, but return is much more there. Geo put on notice.
Yeah, and now it's not talking about trades. It's talking about contending for the round. They've taken control of the site and gotten their hands into a couple of guns. The bomb still needs to go down, but with the tap now being layered in, problems really are going to start to arise. You know where every single one of these T's are, but what can they do to counteract that? You know about Khan. You know the rest of them are on site. You still have to find these kills, and that is being made to look like a difficulty. Sensei's delivered another, and it's an op on a retake. It's nothing you want for the task. It looks like IKLA finally might be able to get themselves their first round, but hold on. Not done just yet. Re-interest from Rajin and CT spawn. After that kill comes through, BYR is still on notice, and there it comes. They know Sensei is stuck in jungle, but they have to get this defuse in. He has to stick the bomb. It's a full 10 seconds. And Sensei's just going to try to go ahead and spam right through it, running out of bullets on the AK, even sprint through with the Desert Eagle. One bullet whack,
no.
and he misses it. Oh my god, again, K23 are able to get the full defuse in the smoke, but Sensei has still found every single kill. So K23, you win, but at what cost? The money's still not that great. Soon as you reinvest, it is as fragile as ever.
That was a very weak purchase as well from IKLA, so your heart continues to break for them every round that they do drop, right? The numbers continue to come their way. They continue to find the kills. They just can't seem to find them to clutch out the rounds, man. It's unbelievable, the 4-0 spree that K23 have right now. When will they finally be shut down, man? If they could just win one of these rounds, they would break that economy, and immediately they could start their T-side endeavor.
This time around, though, K23 decided to take aggression into the mix. They've taken RAM control, and I wonder if they go further with that. No, just let Raging post up, sit around with Clax. It's a crossfire, very common for Tetris, but other than that, it's just a passive hold around the map, giving up mid control to IKLA, not really contending for it too much. I don't like it, but at the same time, could come back to haunt you. They don't have that much utility.
A little set thrown in there to take some control towards connector. Wow, this is a lot of control. Immediately jumping on in. Grabbing some space here. Alex is looking to get on top of the plant, but no, he doesn't even need to. He'll just take the kill.
That was their only alert. Like that was all they had for the time being. Now they have to go into this full, what looks to be an execute with pretty much no info of if they push ramp or not.
And again, Clax is still committed to SANGAL. It's maybe not so favorable, and he might start to fall on off, but they still have this very effective triangulated setup of one in jungle, one on site, and one tucked in towards Sandwich here. So clearing him out is going to be near impossible. So incredibly difficult here. I wonder if Masaloval has been spotted out in towards Sandwich. Not quite, but Clax is going to go down, and all of a sudden this round going to go very sour if they can't hold steady.
They're running out of time, though, so they have to get this bomb down here soon. Sensei's traded one back out with the AWP, but they still haven't gotten themselves any closer to getting the digits punched in. And as soon as they do that, they might even get spammed. Sensei's running out of health and running out quick. They need to stop this bomb from going down, and they do it for CP spawn. Doesn't matter if you find the trade, because Geo is hot on your tail. And I don't even know if they've got that kill at the time they did. Masval has no cash left except a couple $100. So 5-0 start for K23. Finally, some more of a consistency built in that round. And they even get to recover all the big weapons in it too. IKLA, they have to force back.
Yeah, that is just disastrous right there. Constantly caught in this very awkward position. I mean, honestly, the force fight isn't going to be all that bad, and I appreciate the timeouts that they're calling IKLA. They know that they're having so much success in the early round. They just need to transfer it into the late, and that's very difficult here. Obviously, you're operating on a lot of new players in your roster. I won't say new players, maybe substitutes is a better word for that, but still, converting these rounds is so incredibly difficult. And that's the case here that they continue to fall into. They can find opening picks, but as soon as they get into the late round and, you know, communication needs to start flowing, they need to start being very clear about how they want to play these rounds out. I think that's where they're struggling, and that's what we kind of should expect out of IKLA, the struggle to close out these late rounds. And again, eventuality is if they do win one of these, they're going to break that money of K23, but if they don't, this could be a bleak half.
It could be, right? But there is still always that lingering possibility on the horizon that any one of these rounds you decide to pick up is going to mean more than just the one. So, you keep running it back. Eventually, maybe IKLA are going to come up to something successful, but the matter is, they're missing the EWP this time. Sensei's been one of their most consistent opening factors in most of these rounds, but now they have to work without that. Smoke and con, basic stuff so far. K23 haven't really fought for mid just yet, so IKLA have been getting fairly comfortable in these setups.
Yeah, they have. They've been looking good in terms of establishing some map control here and gathering some space. That hasn't been where the weaknesses lie in, so that trend will remain true here. Jackie lining up himself. Nice little top of connector smoke. Nice and fancy.
Yeah, but that's like one of their last smokes. They've just used that to pretty much cement themselves in mid control. And these defaults, I mean, very historically slow for IKLA, but I mean, you don't have any utility to go into one of these sites, and they hear these jumps in con. They know what's going on. Are they going to be able to spam you down? Clash with a double in stare and a 2-for-1 trade. Not really what you were looking for, but thankfully they brought it back from the catwalk push. Bomb still yet to go down, and they're going to get wind of what's going on at A eventually. Bomb being planted opposite side triple. They go ahead and spam him down again. Man, these spams have been on point for them, and I think BYR's lagged out too, unfortunately enough. This is a 1v3. And K23 don't even know it yet. Bomb dropped in the opposite. Like, there's no way they win this round at this point, right? Like, they can't get the bomb and get it down. They can't pull this back at a 1-on-3. Sensei's just going to call this off. And at least he gets to hang on to this extra gun, but it's still so damn unfortunate.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. That is for sure. Frustration, I'm sure, kicking in as well into the IKLA camp. I would have to be frustrated if I was them, just given the fact that K23 have all of these different lineups. From Catwalk, I think they got it 2 rounds prior. From CT Spawn, they get it in the last round, where they just drop the bomb and create so much chaos in the communications of IKLA. There's nothing you can really do to safely punch in those digits on that A bomb site, and I think that's kind of why we see K23 play a more retake-centric style on this A bomb site. They're willing to give over a lot of space and ground to IKLA, and the pretense that they have the ability to just do damage from the extremities. It's very well played from them. It's a good game plan if they can stick to it, because they have yet to get that bomb down comfortably.
That's true. And even when they have been, it's like the unfortunate circumstances they've just been dealt is so overwhelming. Like, you think they got the bomb down, what, twice? And both times were full 10-second diffuses from K23 to win that round. It's like, it's not something that's replicable, but somehow it's worked. And IKLA, I don't even know what they're having a good time, at least.
That's good to see. Singing Glocks like crickets.
Have to. You got to do something to get the spirits back up.
I see the outline there.
They're still doing it, man. Let them click.
Dancing around in spawn. Spirits high, it seems. Yeah?
You know, why would we park the tank, get out of the tank, and then buy pistols? Like, let's think about this one here for a second.
It's a good point.
Like, don't you think it'd be? Imagine. All right, look.
Did you take into consideration the invisible barrier that blocks you from?
Oh, I forgot. I hate when that happens. Don't you just hate when you're driving your car down the road and just ram into an invisible wall?
Oh, it's the worst.
I hate when that happens.
Like one of those cartoons where they paint the horizon.
You see like the road runner in the middle of the road. Imagine though. Hey, can you post CT? Nah, bro, I got a tank there. Don't worry about it. How the hell are you gonna come out ramping? What are you gonna flash? The metal? That's not even a big tank, too. Like, you can drive that around almost the whole map.
Yeah, you could probably sneak it on in everywhere but apartments. A lot of B hits be taking place.
Look, if you could have the tank covering A, screw it, man. Just 5 stack B. What, like... Oh, wait, who's A? The tank is... chilling.
There you go.
One time I remember going through, because, like... I think the lore of the maps is like the terrorists were attacking and the counter-terrorists come driving in on their tanks, their big rigs, their ATVs and whatnot, and burst into the map. And then that's why it happens, right? And that's why you've got the tank over there in the entrance, like, because behind that's a city. You know, they drove up, they come here to try to stop the T's, right? I think. There was one map where that didn't happen, I don't think. I think Dust 2, there isn't a tank.
No tank on Dust 2?
I don't think so. I mean, like, I don't think there's, like, any armored vehicle that the CT's rolled up in. I can't remember if there's one behind the grates in, like, CT spawn, but I don't think there is. And Vertigo, but they probably got flown in, so.
Probably got a helicopter.
Yeah, there is a helicopter out there.
That's it's interesting. Yeah, you probably get flown out there to Vertigo or take an elevator. I didn't see. There's a room called Elevator.
That's true.
Vertigo,
that's
so
true.
Maybe that's how they get there.
It's just like a safety rule. You can't shoot at us until we get there. Nuh-uh, this is safe. This is home base.
That is true, yeah.
Damn, they got me.
Respect, firm handshakes between the two. They got good sportsmanship.
Of course.
CTs and Ts.
Not a monster. You know, I've just realized the Tech Pause podcast coming back. The return.
True.
I missed it. Uh-oh, why is that timer going down? Oh no. Okay. I was worried, man.
Yeah. Running this 4v5. Like, we got this seat. It's actually impressive what IKLA have been able to do so far, I gotta say. They've almost won so many rounds.
That's true.
I think it's a little bit unfortunate that they've lost all of these. You have 5 back in the server, so that's good news. But again, if they could just win, one of these rounds out of, nowhere, grab a freebie, catch K23 off guard in some of these more passive A-side setups, then it would be golden. They just need to get that one on the board, though.
I don't even know if they have that opportunity though anymore, because with that last round, they were able to save 3 players, so they could probably throw another buy-in if they really want to. But I mean, safe bet is you probably do end up calling it to a save. Now that I take another glance at the money, so yeah, there is a world where this round means more than just the one for IKLA, and they're gonna force back up to try to gain it respectively. Smoke's thrown in as it looks like a quick B pop, and this is yet to be shown. So K23, the test is here.
Good idea here to just toss some caution to the wind, but might have been stalled out by a Molotov here. There's not a lot of utility to smoke this off either, so they just have to wait it out with the kind of telegraph their play. There's 3 players already here, and they're going to walk into the crossfire. Still not showing shoulder. BYR continues to get peppered on in. The trades are eventual, but oh my god, Delphizer just going to knock them all down. Jackie left last man standing on the lurk here. Not showing too much presence inside of the smoke. He will go down, and that one is much more tidy. That's what K23 needed.
Yep. And that might actually just force IKLA back to a save too, considering how much they got shut down. No bomb plant added up either. Like, you don't have that much loss bonus to keep throwing these buys out of the hat. And especially, again, considering you need Sensei to be showing up. You need him to have an op. You can't be letting these rounds go just, you know, rifle. You need him with his star weapon. And I kind of like him going on to a scout here, but I also like to save more from IKLA. You give up 8. Look, it's already been a bad half, boys. Let's try to make something of it in the long run.
You want to get activated here shortly, that's for sure. For IKLA. So hoping to do some more damage here. The pistols have looked good for them, so maybe they can make it happen again. Nice little jump spot, gonna get the deep of apartments. Just Delphizer, but as he gets a little bit of presence his way, he's just gonna bail on out there. I don't know if they've slipped on buying torch connector. It looks like it's not the case. Raging just gonna pluck him out of the server. Jackie. I think he found 3 opening picks in the first 3 rounds. He's only gotten 1 kill since.
Yikes. That's the best way to put it. He did farm on that pistol, and then he's kind of fallen off a cliff. But how has Mosval been able to tuck himself in window here? This is what has me a bit alarmed, and this is where they're coming back on this A-sided rotation. I'm not sure if the vents are popped, but this is still a big flank regardless. Like, to just be able to walk in through jungle, cause the distraction of 1 or 2 players. Oh, okay, so he is going to go ahead and pop the vents. Now, he might have given up that advantage a little bit ill-willed, but he's still going to find one off the back of it. 4 on 4 as they come crunching into the A side again, and Sensei's added up another X5. He's the last man standing, and he's the only line of defense between them in a lost A site. Sad going to be able to get the bomb down and recover a gun. On 69 HP too, it doesn't get nicer than this. Is an opportunity for him. IKLA, one of their best chances in a while to close out a round, but he can't convert on the con player. So still with 3 kills and a bomb plant, IKLA make it competitive, but no conversion in the rounds.
Yeah, that's incredibly tough right there, because again, it looks promising. They're finding some nice kills. I mean, beautiful work with the Deagles taking place there, and even the scout from Sensei, man. You have so many of the pieces to open up rounds, but again, in some of the clutches, it's just not there, and it's hard to play these ones out, right? That one not really favoring you, so you can't fault IKLA too much, but you just think what could have been if they're able to win some of these clutches, these late round scenarios here. Double op being brought out here, interestingly enough, from Ragin and Gio. I wonder if they got some nice skins. If you're looking to get some nice skins, you can go and check out our partners over at BitSkins if you're in the market.
You know, my knife glove combo is actually clean as hell, and people are sleeping on it.
I don't think I have any gloves.
I've got a classic knife Boreal Forest, and then I've got driver gloves Queen Jaguar. They actually match so well.
Sounds good.
This op might be good. This double op might be insane. They have yet to bring this out, and of course, as soon as IKLA bring the buyback out, K23 are ready to throw a little more of a fork in the road. Are they going to double swing this? He still might be able to get away with one and done here. Sad. He's tucked close, but what the hell does it matter? Flashing back in. Gio, you could see he wanted more, but he decides to let his aggression get tamed for the time being. Hold on to this 4-on-5.
Yeah, that's it's not a fun way to kick this round off right there, right? The double op immediately showing face and towards apartments is going to really limit the opportunities here of IKLA. 4-on-5 already claimed. Oh, and a reboost back in towards apartments here. Delphizer just going to tuck himself in towards the corner.
Oh.
HE following up some more chip damage. It's a sad day for Sad, and well, he might flush him out of position here. In fact, Raging gets legged but not taken down, so they've lost their op and Sensei. Things go from bad to worse in this buy round from IKLA.
And that destroys their approach, too, because it looked like they were going to try to do like a cat split up into B, but with that bomb now being dropped, with your extra prong now being lost, it's like you can only really hope for some kills back. 20 seconds. What are they going to do here? You can't really afford a save. You can't viably call for that. You have to go into one of these sites and hope it goes well. But Clax is still yet to be cleared. Sad, pretty much the only one to do it. He's hit a banger of a headshot that's made this round possible. X5 was almost as quick to shut it down, but no, the plant's going to come through, and they've given up CT spawn control too. There's a world where they can make a round out of this. Well, drop 2, so they're going to come back in for the honest-to-God 3-on-2 retake. With Sad on 1 HP, it's all up to Jackie, but they don't have any utility to flush him out from the firebox. They're going to try to set up a crossfire here, spamming through every which way, but Sad Not an angle you're too commonly clearing. Flash goes high, and it's all up to him on 1 HP. Geo hard clears, and K23 make the best of a bad situation. Pull it up to 9, and IKLA are still on an eggshell.
Started to crack, that's for sure. K23 9-0 right now, not dropping a single round. Looking good in all of the post plays, all of the late scenarios there. That one, again, I feel like IKLA probably shouldn't have even been able to bounce back, but SAD had some sharp shooting, and they were able to get back into that in some fashion.
Yeah, they're just kind of getting picked apart everywhere now. And I'm surprised. Maybe Jackie's going to be going for a mid pick with the AWP. Yeah, I think he was, considering the spawn. But, oh, well, all right, hold on. Finally an optimal one for IKLA, and it's surprisingly not even coming from Sensei. First time in a while we've seen them with a man advantage, and we talk about how Fem in these situations, it's like, it's almost a lock for IKLA at that point, but we've seen them throw away a couple of these opportunities before, so I'm going to hold my breath for a minute.
Yeah, again, you're just missing your closer here just a little bit. Oh my god,
way.
X5, that is absolutely disgusting. There's the opener. Shut down by X5. I haven't really been asked too much so far in this this map. Gio's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting at the moment. Pfizer 7-1. It's exactly how you want your anchor to be. Not losing any duels.
Perfect, it's flawless.
Yeah, it's really actually super impressive. I can't believe, compared to the rest of his team, that he's only died a singular time.
Oh, hold on a second. Shoulder spotted. Gio's not going to get away with that one, so Sensei gifted a pick back on a silver platter, and with that, they're not even going to hesitate. They're going to go straight into B. Don't let these rotations come through. Don't give them the time to set up against you, but as soon as I say that, they slow it down. X5 is going to be allowed to cheat all the more closer, already with 2 on the round. But Pfizer, he's been so rock solid on this B site so far. You can't imagine he's going to go speechless in this round. Even X5 catching 1 or 2 on the cross. Damage inflicted. Pfizer's got one. And the bomb still yet to go down with 18 seconds to go. Sensei's running out of ground to walk on. He's got to find this pick. Scoping around with the op. You know he's here. He's got to come up and walk this frag in because he knows Pfizer's still here.
Oh my god.
He doubles down on 1 HP. Sensei. That was a round deciding pick. And now it's the clutch for K23 required. Sad again. It's going to be up to him this time with a lot more to work with than just a measly 1 HP. And Sensei's got the timing perfect on the angle. Finally, some good news for IKLA, who try to turn this half around.
That's what he does best right there, man. You get him in some of these impossible positions, and Sensei just knows exactly what to do. That is an unbelievable repeat to find the rifler there. Cannot believe that they got away with that round, IKLA. Showing that there is a lot of individual prowess to be fearful of. Shutting that round down in a beautiful fashion there. Can they keep it up, though? Can they string it together? Because if they can find 2 again, they can break that money to be right back into this game. Utility toss in towards mid. Oh, big one-way here. Gonna run boost behind it, but not safe. Jackie gonna get plucked out of the server there.
Oh my god, but still, right back at you, it's Rasian. They won 1 op duel, 1 op v op duel, and that came in the previous round, not even from Sensei. Then past that, it's all been K23 favored in the head-to-heads for that. So, I mean, you run it back, it's like, it's the definition of insanity. They already lost 2 members with mid control. Again, it's like K23 don't care at this point. They haven't really been bitten in the butt for letting them have all this space. So it's like, just keep giving it to them. It's working.
Trying to beat them to the punch here in some of the early map controls. Jackie has been just constantly towards the top of middle, trying to take that space. Sensei down early. I mean, those are exactly the players that you want to drop quickly on this team right now. Beautiful kickoff here. K23 looking to bounce back in heavy force. They're going to meet Geo next. Waits patiently on catwalk here. Molly's going to buy further time here. They cannot get past it. Peeking around that corner could be certain death, though. Oh my goodness. Look at that AG. That's a perfect toss. BYR. Take that. That's being going to come around the corner, though. But he beats him to the punch. Still a lot of damage confirmed. And there's still 1 more B player to crack through. Pfizer only 2 deaths to his name. And adding more kills to the tally.
It's tit for tat in these rounds, man. If IKLA were able to get themselves back into this half in any way, it was going to be able to mount successful rounds in a row. It was going to be off of them getting a streak going after that conversion, but no. I mean, you go right back with them, and it's straight to square one. No AWP, Galil's bad utility, lacking around the board, honestly, and K23 are just going to keep the pressure forward.
Why wouldn't you? Just keep on. Keeping on here. Early mid smoke, but really the majority of this aggression is going towards A, and Jackie, he does deliver consistently on the opening duels. That's another one to add to the tally here. We'll see if the closer is all there, because right now they haven't made the cross in towards site. Flashman going to go in towards jungle. It's a great job of blinding him up, but they haven't taken care of Rage, and they've called in for Geo to push the smoke, and he will. Sad going to drop as well, so the man advantage quick returns. UIR inside of the smoke, making a lot of chaos. And eventually, they'll find a kill.
Oh no, Ragin. Do they know about him still being here? I think they do.
God.
They want to try to find this kill, Ragin. What is going on? No scope connects on a Sensei, and the bomb still gets to go down. They still have some map control. The wheel divisor spotted the both of them, and with the nade to combo, it doesn't even matter. 2 players pull it back. Ragin, the shenanigans inside of the smoke somehow wield K23's benefit. 10 rounds in front. IKLA. It's just the most unlucky situation you could possibly picture.
Dude, some of these rounds just make you feel so sad for IKLA. They have so much going for them. Things are going so well. Even in that one, it looked super cool the way that they were taking that control towards jungle. But there are some insane plays taking place from K23, right? Diving through the smoke from Geo is so insanely brazen. Then you have Rage getting away with everything by landing a no-scope as he dives in and out of the smoke, catching some players on an attempted spam. This is some really tough stuff right now. They cannot seem to figure it out to try and close out rounds. Unless it's going to be Sensei. I don't know if anyone else has it in them.
Aids and apps. I don't know how well this one's going to go considering you've already lost your first man. But 1-for-1 is better than how most of these pushes have gone so far. So you'll take it. Again, the bomb's going to be allowed to go down. It's one of the rarities, it seems, for IKLA. We've rarely been able to see them get the digits punched in. So again, you got to take these small wins as they come, and these small wins turn into bigger ones when the Tech 9s add up more than a couple of kills. Flax, only one without an AWP to try and pull this back, and he's just done it. Sensei spotted in the apartments, and it's planted for him, but they both changed out weapons to the M4s instead. So, perfect opportunities to shut this round down, even peeking before the smoke blooms. Clax is again the only one left to do this. He's going to jump out of the window, but spotted. I don't know if he has a kit. He doesn't. Picks one up inside of it, so he's barely going to have the defuse. K23. They keep letting these rounds go so incredibly close that they always come away on top. Well, the buy comes back. IKLA, kind of running out of breathing room. They need something, whether it's a 12-3 half or what. Like, I don't know if I can even really think then they would have a chance in this game. Like, there's just so much going against them. So many of the odds stacked up on their, well, rather, in their counterpart. But if there's one thing they've been able to consistently gather control of, it's been middle. It's just been the finales of these rounds that really come back to sting them.
That it has. Trying to close out these rounds has been incredibly difficult, and starting them out on some occasions has as well. Raging is actually going to catch Sensei going for some aggressive maneuvers, getting a little bit loose with it. Hard to really blame him either, given the current scoreline, right? If Sensei is the only player that has been able to close out a round, maybe you want to get him started early and get some big advantages here. But Sad making no secret about this play. He has been heard, right? He has been heard.
Silent boost, baby. Sad sneaks under the radar, and now all of a sudden, the K23, that advantage is gone. Short-winded. Maybe they can mount something off of mid-control. It's surprising to say, too, but they've also usually been able to get into window without that much of a trouble. Raging drops the bomb. They know it's going A. They can pretty much stack up for this. But they still have to recover the rock in the middle of the barrel of Raging's AWP. A smoke will blind him off for the time being, but that doesn't stop him from connections to his smoke. Almost even pops off a fourth. But do they know? I don't think they're aware of K5 still being on the site. He's usually the A anchor, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're very conscious about what they clear, and they're going to spam him down. Not going to give him a chance in hell to lock this round back in, even throwing a flash to CT spawn to try to stop this round from going haywire. Defizer makes no secret of his position, but Raging is still trying to get this ace. 1v2. Sad with a measly amount of 8 HP, isn't going to be able to get the job done. Guns pick back up. K23 again. It's a close round, but not one that IKLA are winning.
That one was getting a little bit sticky there, but they do close out. K23 able to continue the round count there again. We've seen so many scary situations, but all of them finished off by K23, except for what I don't think Sad Silent boosted there. I don't know how he wasn't hurt. I thought he jumped on top of the bench. But either way, they got some answers. They got some replies. Like you said, they've been able to get a lot of this map control, but it doesn't matter if you get all the map control in the world. If these post plants, you just cannot seem to coordinate them to close things out. So looking at a 14-1 potential here, unless they can find a little bit of extra credit with one last round.
Well, maybe they can. Damage inflicted, but they're still happy to take an opener away from it nonetheless. Now mid control being fought for. K23, I told you, they haven't done this whole game. It's all been IKLA getting comfortable, not having to worry about what's going on here. And listen to this. X5, here's this rotation coming back to T-spawn. They're not even worried about it. They're not concerned. A knife pulled out for Sensei as the bomb drops. Caught dumbfounded by the fact and the potential of a mid push, and K23 in the very last round catch them by surprise. Masval, a 1v3 is one of the stand-ins for IKLA to try to pull this back, to give them some good news and some good credit going into that second half, but it looks impossible. Off catwalk, might have an isolated 1v1 on the Geo, and he won't even catch wind of it. Barrel was shown, but not taken down. 2-on-1, this one looks a lot more possible now.
See if you can find it. I'm going to peek out towards the bomb carrier here of X5, but really taking some wise positions. Going to be incredibly tricky to deal with. Although he has found a bit of a timing here that could favor him. Bomb is now very much so recoverable. He can go and grab that safely. Now that it's been retrieved, where's the reroute? Where does he want to finish things up at?
I do like them just letting him have the bomb, right? Play this very defensive. You can trust Pfizer. He has been a rock on the B site, always getting one when he's tested, so can't imagine that changes now. I mean, he even knew that the 1v1 was possible. Masval, you could see him clearing out the proper angles, but the Pfizer's just better for the fight, so he'll walk away with yet another impactful kill on that B site defense, but K23, man, you speak of impact in 14 rounds says just that.
Yeah, there was just one incredible round that was closed out by Sensei, and it was truly incredible, but
yeah,
unfortunately, that's just not a scoreline that's going to be at all workable, right? This is going to be a quick game, I feel like. CT side actually could be even more menacing when it comes to some of the, protocols and defensive maneuvers that you go for. Usually on a CT side, not having your full 5, that can be very, very tricky, right? Protocols are kind of thrown to the wind. Individuals need to rise to the occasion as opposed to, relying on more of your team play. So the CT side could be just as hard as the T side for IKLA.
Yeah, I think the only benefit you have going forward is the fact that you're going to be starting on the CT side of Overpass. So, you can even pug your way to more rounds than this, when it comes to that perspective. I still think this one's pretty much a curtain call. You win the pistol. It's pretty much done past that point. The buy isn't going to favor you. Yada, yada, yada. You get the gist.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe you can try to warm up for that second map right here and now. Jackie, though, I think he's the only one going to be given a fair fight as they all come jumping out to ramp. He's gushed one up through the box, but he needs to find a kill or two. Flash blinds him up, and he backs into CT spawn with control of the A site given to K23.
Yeah, I've taken all of jungle as well, so they're in a very, very strong position. Things could get scary from here on out. Numbers being punched in. The smoke's going to fade there, so they're not able to get it in time, but they're just taking fights instead, and that'll do. That'll do quite nicely. 2 players rather, 1 in connector left. BYR finds 1 more on the exit, but there's only 1 left standing. It's Jackie versus the world. His position revealed already. Numbers being punched in. He'll go down, and like you said, you could have built some confidence in this half, but that's not going to be the case. It'll be K23 just claiming 15.
And probably 16 off the back of it, right? You got $2,000 a player, really nothing to go riding home about here for IKLA, and there's no chance to say you got to go for this force buy. EYR investing into the sniper rifle and even throws it to Sensei. I guess maybe, sure. I don't know why he was throwing it to him, but par for the course. Somebody has to have taken a weaker investment here, and it looks like it's Masval. So all things considered, it's a respectable buy, but it still doesn't mean that favors you in the slightest.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing to your credit is they've looked pretty good with the Deagles. Gotta say that much. But will this be the same case? Jump shotting in towards apartments here. Probably going to call a rotation over. That's exactly what's taking place there. Sensei having to leave a lot of that mid control left to their own devices now. Free of charge, they can now take it, but man, K23 playing a very patient default right now. They're looking to close this one out as quick as ever with a slow default to make sure that they spot out these stacking players. They find the gaps in the defense. That's towards middle, and right now there is nobody in middle.
Right, it's pretty much a mulligan called by both of these teams, and I thought K23 was going to go for something like a quick beat hit, but no, instead they've backed away, they've grabbed the bomb and decided to reroute into what looks to be an A-crunch in from a mid-con split. Even adding smokes into the mark. There's 40 seconds left. Time shouldn't be a factor, but you let it get the best of you, and some of these pistols can really start a whirlwind of effects against you. 35, like, this just keeps ticking down. Finally, a jungle smoke thrown through as they get ready for the execution. BYR sat close, but that's a perfectly timed smoke. They can't go through it. They can't opt to do it unless they have a kill to do it to it. And they even spot BYR. I think they took them down in the long run, spotting a firebox push. They know where one of these CTs are, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to hang on. Even giving a couple of advantage and opportunities to hang on to the round itself, but no, Sensei is all that's left with the scout. And the only round IKLA have is due to his own beliefs, but can he do it again? Ragin just tucked atop the triple boxes, waiting for him to make contact. It seems like he knows, but what can you possibly do? The answer is nothing. Couple attacks, but no kills. 16-1. And I said, K23, they came off of their most dominant Mirage under their banner. Now they just double down on that. 6 rounds better than the one versus IKLA, turning 16-7 to 16-1, and it never looked like IKLA had a chance.
No, they did not. That's definitely the case there. Sensei had that one round, he popped off, but that was all that they had. And I kind of mentioned that heading into this one. It was going to be a lot on Jeki. It was going to be a lot on Sensei to close those two, right? You have your entry and you have your finisher in the server still, so that was a good sign. And Jeki was finding some of those entries. Sensei was finding at least one closing round. But all things considered, I feel like some of the missing elements, obviously KVM is going to be just such a massive piece that you aren't holding on to in this matchup. And unfortunately, that did come calling in this Mirage. Same with Soltovsky, right? You need him to be lurking out in those B apartments to try and find yourself winning formulas, but they didn't have that either.
Right. I mean, we talked about coming into this that with all the substitutions and stuff that's in place for IKLA, it's no surprise to see that they're not necessarily favored anymore in this series. So I can't be all that incredibly, shocked by the fact that they don't come away on top. I'm more shocked by a 16-1. Like, I expected something out of it. Remember, like, this is Mirage. It's not hard to play Mirage. It's not hard to get a couple of rounds regardless of how good the team is, but IKLA just kind of looked lost the entire time. You can tell without the individuals, the success, the rounds just aren't really there. And it doesn't feel like the mid-round calling was all the greater either. Like, there were a lot of times where we'd see IKLA find opening picks, take a lot of space, but going into the site was the actual difficulty, even with utility. It just didn't really ever feel like there was a chance for them. I don't know if that's just the KVM difference and Soltovsky difference that they bring to the table, but it certainly feels like that was felt throughout the server.
Oh, it definitely was, right? I think the biggest key there was not having your full 5 to play out those late rounds, right? Mid rounds, I think, they had some promise in the calling. They just were able to get into these bomb sites. They had so many post plans that looked promising. Unfortunately, though, when you're in those 2v2s, those 3v2s, and you need to have that effective and quick communication, that's where things can quickly fall apart when you have substitutes. And I think that's what we saw very much so out of IKLA, and I wonder if that's going to transfer. I imagine it will into Overpass. But speaking of Overpass, we'll be hopping over into that map here after this quick break. Guys, make sure you stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Finally, I found what I was looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just opening?
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
And we are back here once again, kind of as we'd expected so far. I feel like, maybe we could have expected some more rounds out of IKLA, but we knew which way this series was going to favor K23, just given the fact of the substitutions, and it definitely came calling in last map. Now, Overpass, I don't think it's going to look that much better, given the fact that we're going to need to see even more form out of them, given it's K23's map pick.
Yeah, I don't know if I have high hopes coming into this one, but I do have high hopes for maybe something more than a 16-1, if that makes any credit for it, because look, it's kind of hard to only win one round on the CT side of Overpass. We know how it can be, even if you don't win the pistol, yada yada, you get an entire half to try to run that back. So if there's anything maybe IKLA can do, it's reset coming into this map, realize number one was just a whitewash, call it off, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Obviously, again, we've already talked about the standards they have going against them, so an entire extra map is just beneficial in every single sense of the word for IKLA. So again, I don't think they can't do anything here, but I don't think they're going to win. I think we're going to see something like a 16-8, a lot closer. IKLA, I think, are going to put up a decent fight on the CT side, but I'd still do definitely pick K23.
Right. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. The whole CT side thing, right? It's really hard to actually get dominated if you at all have any sort of coordination, any sort of communication taking place on this map, right? It's very CT-sided. We know how it goes. And Sensei, actually being on that A side is going to help out a lot. The guy's an absolute beast, so you can expect some good things from him. He's going to need to show up, though, here and now, because right now it's a huge route in towards the A bomb site. At least for now. They might be able to go towards connector, though. I think, yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They have one player in the back of Con looking for any sort of deep positions. Now that they've cleared that out, they've actually faked out a couple of rotations, and they still have X5 to do even more faking.
Yeah, I like this, man. You just have K23 players sat in just about every position to make sure they spot up for a push coming through. X5 gonna do just that, but Jacky's got the better of the two duels. Now, even though it's not necessarily stacked up, you got a man advantage to go with altogether. Peeking double and monster. It's a 1-for-1, dude. They keep finding these picks back. K23, they're being shut down slowly but surely on this B hold, or maybe not. No, they burst out of Con, they find 2 kills, and the advantage swings right back into their favor with Sensei left all alone in heaven. Spotted by every single T, the bomb's going to go down, and the little advantage IKLA had gained is ripped right away from them.
Quick and easy. That's how they look to close. Sensei, moving up. Got a couple of nice rounds here, but this will not be one of them. Geo, another 3K from him. Down to the tally. Fresh off the back of a beautiful last map. He turns right into this one and delivers the exact same.
I'm surprised too, right? Especially after the start they added up there. I mean, they knew they had to go. They knew they had to go B. They rotated players down in perfect succession. They got the kills they needed. They went 1-for-1 where they mattered the most. And it's just letting Geo find a double out monster. Like, so many commitments come through from IKLA that just aren't necessarily all that required. And now you go right back to where you started on Mirage, these forced buy wars that didn't bid you any sort of good comings. Maybe it can now. An MP9, some Deagles, and a Scout. It worked respectably well at the start of the last engagement. I mean, you remember all the way back to Mirage. I say all the way back. But the few CT rounds we got from IKLA, it's like the start of that last round went pretty decently. But it's just the finales that really screwed the pooch every time it mattered.
Yeah, again, just late rounds are so tricky. Sometimes, definitely in this occasion, in this matchup versus this team. But the force buys, we'll see if they at all can punch back here. So far, very patient, slow default here from K23. They are not pressing the issue too much, although I say that, as soon as I say that, Klax has made his way out of monster tunnels. This is going to be a big surprise to the CTs. Maybe not so much that the mollies and the utilities coming through, but they've cleared out a lot of the speed control, and I wonder if that's going to be enough to start calling in the rotates.
Yeah, but that molly might have choreographed exactly what they're doing. Like I said, I mean, rather, like you said, they did call in the rotates, but this is the bomb. Completely isolated. Mac 10 from the sky, and it finds a lot of damage, but not actually the kill required. 30 seconds, they've got to go back and pick this up, but nobody's in a distance to do it. This round is pretty much just forfeit. Like, look at where the players are right now. Geo is still on A. The bomb is down Monster. They have to go. K23 playing so slow, so incredibly slow-paced. Finally, they're able to grab control of the rock, but they don't have time to reroute anywhere else except into that B bomb site. 12 seconds to go, and they're not even speeding it up. The only chance they had has now flown out the window. IKLA, their first round in what feels like so long, is finally grabbed on the CT side of Overpass.
Wow, that was unbelievable. I cannot believe that they were able to get away with that. Honestly, a great play from Sad. Love the sort of aggression that he just went for to drop the bomb. This is a beautiful bit of timing that he was able to make work. And that was everything, right? Risky play, but sometimes risk is what's required. And K23 getting punished for playing a little bit too slow and a little bit too disjointed.
Yeah, that was, I was going to say, around the map, you looked everywhere, and it just kind of felt like there was 1v1s to be taken at every single facet of it. Like, you had a player in long, somebody in bathrooms, one in calm, one outside monster. It's like, there was just never a point in time where there were K23 players and players to trade, or in spots to trade one another.
Good trades as well taking place there. I have time to do another podcast. Is there? Oh yeah, I see the armored vehicle right there. Overpass got one too.
Yep.
There it
I'm
is.
telling you, man. Me with the little tidbits.
Circle. You think? I got a question. I know this is probably going to be a quicker podcast. Well, what do you think about the potential of new maps into the pool? What are you looking for?
Anything but Dust 2.
Get rid of Dust. We add. What are you thinking? Like Tuscan?
I'd
thinking
be down
about
for
Tuscan?
Anubis.
Anubis
would be cool.
I'd be a little bit disappointed, but I don't have a lot of playing time on Anubis, so that would be mostly why.
So
I haven't really given it the chance.
You need a Puggy map. That's the thing. Like, if you remove Dust 2, you need a Puggy map. I guess, like, theoretically, Overpass could become, like, the Dust 2, if that makes any sense. Like, I could see a world where Overpass becomes that extra Puggy map, but...
Yeah,
like,
I think Overpass is a little bit too rotation heavy, though. Right? I mean, Dust 2 can be as well, but Dust 2 you can also kind of stick an op in any of your problem areas. Whereas I feel like Overpass opping much more towards that A side rather than B.
Now, I just want to say, we need to make these predictions and lock them in now before it happens tonight. So...
It is Tuesday.
Do
you think the update's coming tonight?
Tuesday, isn't it?
Tuesday. Yeah, it could happen.
Probably. Either this week or next week. So I'm picking. You know what? I'm gonna pick Anubis. I'm not gonna pick Tuscan. I think Tuscan's the more likely, but I still want to pick Anubis because I'd rather have Anubis.
Yeah. I have to try that one out sometime. I don't think I've even played it. So.
I played it back when it was like originally put on the workshop, I think.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun.
We'll see if that gets introduced to the pool. I'm sure hoping for a Dust 2 removal as well. That would definitely be ideal.
Damn, I have polluted your brain with Dust 2 hatred so much that he's even on the train.
No, you have not. It was actually South American CS that did that for me. All that being said, we got some CIS aggression towards long, and they will find the opening pick there. BYR, he cannot really hold steady. He gets overwhelmed there. It's just one peak. It's only one player that really showed a face. I think it was only Geo, so that is a little bit of information confirmed, but it's not the full story of the rest of this aggressive maneuver. Nice recycled smokes tossed in towards long, though, but there's still 40 seconds. They can wait these out. They have that time. They have that luxury. But soon the flanks are going to start to activate here. You can see players moving up connector.
Yeah, IKLA are no strangers to getting info back right now, and they're about to split the bill on this offense. Like, I mean, there's a player in party. They spot the con push, but, like, they've just taken down 2. Who cares if you get nicked? You got this man advantage back. It's 2 pistols shut down with guns still to boot for the remaining of the B side, but they need to find these kills soon, and they do it! Every single kill goes their way, but look at the health. 1 bullet does anybody in right now, and you know he has to be at long, considering where Geo died from. You can position around this. Now just holding for the push to come back your way. Everybody knows how cautious they have to be. 1 footstep in the wrong direction and you tumble. You give up a 1v3 to Sad. Walking up into bathrooms. They've got the right setup to counteract this. I don't think he's going to be aware of the flank of Raging. Gone all the way around, but the timing favors X5. A triple from him on the site push. And K23 take the lead right back in what looked like it was going to be a desolate round.
Yeah, able to grab that one. Jackie doing so much work, man. Doing what he does best and finding beautiful openers, man. It's a bit of a shame that they weren't able to close that round out, but sometimes that second prong towards long just finds all the damage necessary on the side players, man. Great attempt, though. You can see some of the stars shining. Still, again, the consistency is true, right? IKLA, they have the pieces. They just don't have the finisher sometimes. Really tough to see.
Well, yeah, it's, again, bad news for IKLA, who have to go back down to these pistols. But we've seen them work with less before, honestly. Considering how they won that second round, I'm not going to count them out of it just yet. I kind of like the setup, too, right? You've got the bait and switch for Jackie on the right side of the monster wall. But K23, remember the round they lost? It was because they split themselves up like they did just now. Like, I mean, it just feels so disjointed, right? So many players so far forward in untradeable spots that could just come back to lose them this round.
Yeah, and right now, you know, they last time just kind of sent a probe in, and that probe found a fully open bomb site. Right now, there's not a really open bomb site. There's coverage on all angles, but nice kill from Clack. So get that one and get out. That's to fall on out. Eventually, we'll be able to turn the corner. And now in towards the A side they will go. There is 2 players here to meet this defense, but they got to hold a steady bit of aggression here, and the mollies are flushing them out of position. This is so incredibly awkward.
Yeah, but they're still making a round out of this, and they've just all gone back in long. There's 26 seconds. Rotations have been pulled, and there's even a flank coming through from bathrooms. They are running out of time and running out of manpower. Things are going to get really sketchy here very shortly. With 17 seconds, they're waiting, hoping this extra prong of Klax's flank can try to shut this down, but he hasn't moved forward. 2 kills come through inside of the smoke, and it looks like IKLA have done it again. The exact same way. Rinse and repeat, the same errors. And Klax is just too far removed to contend for the situation. K23, another blunder, but IKLA take it the distance.
And some of these rounds are just looking so incredibly rough. Oh, man. You have to go quick, right? I mean, you take a look at that round. You replay it, right? Klax is the one holding down that B side, and he does a great job. He finds his kill. He gets the 4v5. He punishes the aggression. These are all good things. But then the follow-up there from K23 is to slow it down and not aggress. But the issue is with that is that IKLA know you're not B. They've just cleared out the entirety of the monster side. So they're just going to send all the resources towards that A side and are going to beat you to the punch if you go slow. So they had to have picked up the pace, and they did not do that. And that's the issue with that round right there. Might be an issue of, you know, having a IGL that's a little bit, you know, maybe inexperienced in the role, right? That could be the case because we know that Neon has departed. And in place, they've picked up, well, I don't know who actually the IGL is even for K23 right now, but that could be the issue there in some of these callings.
Yeah, I didn't think about it that way. I kind of like the way you put that. It does seem like inexperience shining through from K23 in a situation like that. Like, that looked unlosable. And now they've got to be on pistols themselves in a very awkward buy, a handful of weapons. But, I mean, the effect is still here. You can see it. It's felt across the server right now. K23 just holding on to the time for now, waiting, holding on for this smoke to fade, and then I assume they're going to go in for a B-side execution. But the kills is what's going to matter the most. Jackie around the pillar. It's one of the most awkward angles to clear on B. And that's exactly why. Just so many places to look that Klax has no idea of what to do. 4 on 5, and now it just looks like this round might go down. They got her MP9, almost doubles up, but just one is good enough. Even knowing the remaining parts are at Monster, Jackie will shut it down, and IKLA take their first lead of the entire series.
Yeah, and again, we talked about this, right? It could be a lot more of a close game on this this map here, given the CT side start, man. We've quickly realized how CT sided this map can be. At the major, with a lot of tier 1 teams struggling to really activate it on that T side. So it's definitely the case there. Now, I expected K23 to show some really good signs here, right? When you take a look at some of their players that they've had on this roster, and you just compare them to the team that just won the major and Outsiders, they had Norbert, they had Fame, and those players looked very good. I think that Fame actually started out playing towards that B side for this team, but he made his way towards that A side. For Outsiders now, which has helped out a lot. All that being said, this round quick and over. But I was expecting some very good things out of K23's T side of Overpass, and I think we're kind of seeing some of that inexperience and some of that struggles showing. But haven't gotten too many just stock standard gun rounds, and so this will be really where I think the action's going to kick off. There won't be any crazy gamble stacks from IKLA. There won't be any, you know, wild, quick rotations or aggressions that are thrown out of the mix, so I'm wondering if K23 can start to work their defaults now in a round like this.
Yeah, this is where they're really going to make their money. Either make or break, honestly, considering like this T side has really not been going the way they would have hoped or intended. And also, I mean, I've got to give credit to IKLA. These rotations have been so flawless, spot on. Every time they need them, they're just there in perfect succession, perfect timing, always on the flank. And it feels like even when IKLA are put on a back foot, they still know what's going on, which is rare, especially for a CT side on a map like Overpass, where you can easily get lost in the transitions and rotations of the map and what it has to offer. It's not something IKLA have had to worry about.
Yeah, they've had the right reads. They've had a lot of the CT aggression right now, though. Oh, they've been able to catch him off guard in positions like this once before. X5. Not going to be the one biting the bullet, but unfortunately his teammate right behind him will. And that's a big opening pick. X5 looking for the trade. He does find it quickly and then bails out, showing more shoulder, showing more presence, but he turns the corner for another. And all of a sudden, the A site just comes collapsing so quickly. X5 has a chance for one more here. The smoke's been missed, but that actually punishes him.
They can't get the bomb down either. Considering the smoke's been missed, there's a perfect angle for them to come up and deny this plan on the default spot. 38 seconds, and again, this flank needs to activate. Klax all the way around from B as the bomb is shut down on Tice. And you're only giving them extra precious seconds to lock you into this site take. Eventually, they're going to catch on to what's coming through. Klax is the one doing it all the way from CT spawn. He comes. How many can he possibly find? Even checking it. Doesn't look like you're going to be getting very far with this one. Jackie's got this on lock and key. And again, K23, they throw it away. It's a beautiful couple of openers for X5, doubling up from bathrooms, but it's just the time they take, the little issues they make. That smoke being missed means everything to them this round. If they don't miss that smoke, this is a K23 favorite round.
And those are sort of the errors that you'd expect from players with multiple substitutes, but we're seeing it out of K23, surprisingly enough. And right now, making sure to capitalize off of it is IKLA in every fashion, every form. This is incredible coming through from them. Really impressive stuff that they're able to get away with this sort of punishment, given the position that they're in at the moment. Can they keep it up, man? Can they keep on thriving on the CT side of Overpass? Because if they can gather themselves a kind of indomitable half, this could be a big struggle for K23.
I mean, let alone the prospect of a potential third map, right? Like, you let IKLA, even though they have a couple of substitutes in play, like, you let IKLA go to Dust 2? I mean, we talk about how they come in as technically the underdogs. That literally could switch on its head if they don't, like, if they win this map.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen what Sensei can do on this, that third map, potentially, if we get there. So, you do not want to be testing the waters. That's for sure. Sensei is already delivering in a big fashion so far, so you're exactly right. Avoiding that reality is everything. And it looks like, despite some nice shots, I don't think they'll have to worry too much about the follow-up of this round. 3-on-4 here, moving down connector, and really going to struggle to make a secret about this position once they swing those doors open.
I think right now you're only really aiming for a bomb plan here if you're K23. But I don't even know if they're grouped up to get that done, right? Like, you got this crossfire still to try to break on B, and you just don't have the weapons or utility to deal with it. Clax, though, don't have to deal with it when you find one diesel like that. Even getting Jackie over in pit. What's just happened? This round just flipped like a switch. It's all up to Masval, and they know he's coming from Con. They know exactly where he's lingering in through. Clax, there's no way you've just done what you've done. 2 opening deagle kills on the B-bomb. Like, walking in, says, take me on, I don't care. Even ends it with a third. K23, what a way to steal it.
And it's back to Heartbreak, right? This is a chance to string some rounds together, man, but it just gets pulled apart. 3-on-4. Clax, beautiful double entry. Look at those shots, so swift. And then the finisher comes through from him. That is stunning work.
Buys back in, but like K23, it's more than just the buy that's what that comes through. It's like all the momentum is stolen away. Any little bit of hope IKLA may have had might have just been ripped away. You consider this map like a 9-6 side. Like, I don't know, man. IKLA have left themselves very vulnerable to an eco break right now, and if that happens, then all the praise we've been giving them kind of goes down the drain. It looks like they want to go for a reboost, maybe. I think that's what they're positioning for. Oh, yep. Love what they're doing here. Molly in, flash high, and there comes that peak. Another opener granted to IKLA, but again, it's about these closings.
Great way to manufacture an opening pick. Like you said, that hasn't necessarily been where the struggle lies in. It's been in these late rounds here, but that's much better. Beautiful multi-kills coming through, and they do hold steady towards that B-bomb side execute. Last alive with the AWP moving on in, and they boost up BYR. He'll be able to take care of Rage and Nico right back to winning ways. It hasn't broken their spirits just yet.
It hasn't, and it's good that they keep themselves alive with 3 players there. That was the biggest key factor because, again, CT money, very, very fragile. It's just how the game works. And you lose that round, even make it close. It's like you're not the ones being benefited in the long run. So thankful that they're able to hold on to all the weapons that they are. But the buyback from K23 might have something else to say. I want to see a little more of a coordinated effort from them, though, because it just feels like they're giving away picks around the map with no trade potential, like every round.
Yeah, a lot of isolated duels. Maybe you can get away with that in Mirage, but I do feel like you're just kind of need to group up in some sense on this map and coordinate your efforts there. Again, with the great setup, Clax was forced to peek right there off the molly, and it works out wonderfully for them. BYR is left in no man's land, though. Surprisingly isolated on this ace, had complete entrustment in him.
And that is the unfortunate effort. You can have a lot of faith or as much as you want, but no amount of faith is going to stop you from getting timing or at least the potential like that. And now they've got to make up for some lost ground. Masval's tucked himself in front of the trash bins. Sensei's the one I keep my eye on because he's been the X factor for IKLA. The only reason they've been winning most of these rounds has been because of him, or maybe Masval looking for another multi-kill. This time on the A side of things, he's flipped the script, gone into the upper bomb site, and it still works out. 2 hat tricks for this guy back-to-back. IKLA mount 7 rounds and 1 away from a guaranteed half win, which honestly might just come right now.
That's just incredible work right there, man. Again, this is just a very awkward position to be in for BYR. Of course, you're going to go down there. Like you said, timing is everything in those sort of positions. And the follow-up there. Best of all, able to hold so incredibly steady. Back-to-back 3Ks here, standing in, but also stepping out in a big fashion, man. Great stuff from him again, man. A lot of times you'd expect Kavim to be in that same spot, right? And he would be capable of delivering those 3Ks, so maybe that's what he's looking to do.
I mean, he's picked it up. Like, he's picked up the slack big time. That was the issue with Mirage, right? We needed somebody to step up, and it didn't really happen. You had a couple of good rounds from Sensei, some good showings from him. But other than that, it was like, nobody else was getting consistent frags. Everybody was just kind of getting destroyed. Now, you can see, this is 2 times in a row Masval's found a big multi-kill. Last time it was on B, this time on A. So, at least they now have the comfort of somebody being a bit of a rock in this in this defense. But see how that rock holds up against the B rush. This time, no monster smoke, but so far, so good on the shutdown. BYR's already found one as the Tech-9s come blistering in. It's a 2-for-2 trade that they're not all that welcoming to take. Even dinking up BYR in short. He's got to back away. Respect demanded as the site's been compromised. And K23 are going to get a bomb plant out of this. With guns recovered, this is a chance for them to try to shut down this round. Another kill's been flustered in 2. And know the remaining parts of this retake are coming through from CT spawn.
Did incredible amounts of damage with the utility and the firepower, but you need to close this one out. There's still a Glock in play as well, but they're gonna maybe give Klax a chance to strike from pit. Head showing and a dink land, and that is everything here. It might be encouragement to save. Sensei, now that his teammate has dropped, he will save. Very wise decisions. But again, K23, they keep on sneaking these these half-buy rounds that net them some sort of cushion on this T side, and so IKLA yet to confirm the half in their favor. They're stuck on 7 at the moment.
Oh, can they take the off down too? They can. That's the biggest thing of the round. Again, it's not like they can't rebuy it. It's just all about the money in the future. Sensei can only reinvest this now once. This is going to be their all-in buy right now for IKLA. And if you get shut down here, K23 are right back knocking on the door to take this half away from you. Again, I told you this was going to be competitive. Honestly, par for the course for what I expected so far, but IKLA, they're just throwing away so many of these eco rounds that could be giving them these massive leads. You imagine they've lost 2 of these rounds to ecos. Like, this could be 9-2.
Yeah, that's kind of a heartbreaking position to be in too, right? You want to be converting every last one of these kind of more so freebie rounds, especially when they're just rushing out towards B. You roll the utility, you would expect things to go your way. Now, you could potentially be on the back burner here, economically speaking, if you drop this round. And so far, Wassaval, who's been constantly delivering in the multi-kills, is down low, so that's not a good sign. He won't be able to multi-frag as effectively. And again, man, they've left BYR in such an isolated position here.
I feel like he's been punished almost every time, too, but this crossfire is absolutely disgusting. I'm not going to lie. I'm a big fan. I'm a fan of this one, too, though. A lot of ways this round could go right or wrong for both teams.
What is
that shot, dude? That is insane. This is probably why they picked the guy up. I mean, if you can hit shots like that, what team isn't going to look at you with an eager eye? Even looking to double up, but still, you've done your job. You've locked side into water, so they have a free control of the B bomb site. Again, it's been a consistent weakness now for IKLA. They give up this site, whether it's them winning it on the retake or not. It's been a problem.
Yeah, right, and we have the protocols that K23 had, right? They were losing A side on Mirage consistently, but they had protocols to retake it pretty consistently as well.
Saving.
I like this, though. You have to call in a save. The money was so pressured. You lose the bomb set. You made a little bit of a risky call there, IKLA. Shacking over, heavy presence. You this time give BYR the support that he probably needs with the op coverage from Sensei to boot. And yeah, it's probably the wisest decision you could go for. Unfortunately, things didn't go your way towards the B side. Unfortunately, Del Pfizer is not a man to be reckoned with. Not want to mess around with this guy, apparently.
You know, I'm kind of with you. This save it's not all that bad to me. I guess it does make sense, right? We're probably not going to win that retake. A couple of players on low HP. Sensei was the only one who wasn't tagged up, and he had the op. You didn't really have any utility. You had pretty much everything going against you. So that was, I guess, a justified save. But still, the round count shows that K23 have pretty much added up to all they'll need in this half. Like, again, 10-5 is very workable. You get 3 more chances to add on to that. And IKLA, while They did end up saving all their guns in the previous round. They are still on the brink of economic downfall. So one of these rounds being swept away for K23 has the exact same result, and they've already started it off with a double nade out of the big boy in Mazavol.
Caught jump spotting out towards the wood wall there. BYR able to stay alive here towards connector. That is an unbelievably unfortunate smoke bounce. Was hoping to lock down a lot of control towards connector with that smoke, but it actually might even favor and allow for isolation of duels. Caught spamming the smoke. There's Klax. That's another heavy hitter taken down. The guy who's been doing a lot of the entry work as well, alongside Delphizer, has now been taken down by Sad. And maybe we can start to talk about this round going their way here. 4v4. Op shots not connecting here from either end. Sensei missing a shot as well. And he's going to be forced off back and deep in towards this A site.
Yeah, but look at all the map control they have. Sad is currently the only one here, and I mean, it's been a couple of times now we've seen some insane shots connected that have pretty much won K23 some of these rounds. One more here, and it might just be rinse and repeat. The entire B site's defense is left to the sole responsibility of Sad, who honestly might just timing himself. X5 coming in from Khan. Timing is everything, but he just wins the duel outright instead. Do they opt to go for this retake? Do they want to try to make the impossible happen? They've got one HE and one flash with kits to boot, but they don't have the advantage. Coming back in through construction, though, they're given a route into this round. Bombs dropped as they need to get the plant in. 15 seconds. They just don't have any more time to delay it. But look at how close Jackie's scrapped. Ragin holding this pit push, but with a whiffed off shot. Now things are going to be a bit sketchy. Inside of the smoke lies Defizer, but he holds on for a kill. And with kills coming back left, right, and center, you really look to BYR to shut this round down. Half HP is both of the remaining Ts, but Ragin cannot afford another miss. A crossfire doesn't work out. It's all up to the offer. Picking up the one. You know the last is over in pit. BYR, it's 1v1 against the world. And around the pillar, it's another whiff that connects for IKLA. And now it's 8-5. They've won the half guaranteed. Still close, but K23, it's no cigar.
That's all you need, though. You need these closers. That was what the save was for, and things were looking so sour. Because if they lose that round, that is just absolute collapse right there for IKLA on the CT side. That could have been a winning half for K23. They could have pulled that one back, but instead, they fall at the finish line. Rage just needed to land one more shot, and he couldn't connect. So that'll give more opportunities for IKLA to reinvest here, build themselves a foundation. If they could close things out with, 9 or 10, that's definitely workable if they show some of the ability that we know this team is capable of with the likes of Jackie on the openers and Sensei as well.
Right, all we want to see is one more of these rounds from IKLA. Potential has already arisen from this roster and this unit. But comfort is what's lacking. The rounds don't yet show that. And the buy is still a bit fragile and weak. I mean, considering it was only one man who won that last round. Can't imagine they're in too much of a comfy, cozy situation. Klax is just holding for a monster push too. He's punished this a couple of times now, and I wonder if he's going to get away with it again. Two of them now walking up in through monster. This is an off angle and then some, even clearing out the hard corner. Klax only inches away from potentially finding a pick, but they go all the way around and clear it. Jackie, he's already fallen the clutcher of last round alongside the assistant. Sad's tripped too. Everybody else on A, the rotation's been pulled, but K23 right now don't care. They're even going to transition down to B as the Fank's being pulled in. X5, his only job, keep players on this upper bomb site. Keep them locked in. Don't let them rotate down. And Klax is still paving forward, only an MP9 against him, even spotting him out in pit, but doesn't commit to the fight. It's just kills coming around the board for this T side. Do as you may and try as you must. BYR, he's the last man alive, and he's just going to opt to save the AWP. You can't feasibly give this one a go. K23, it's a well-deserved 6th round that honestly should have come sooner, but they'll be happy to take it now more than ever.
Yeah, right back to that collapse here. Now I wonder, yeah, they're already activating on a little bit of a hunt. Why not? You're able to catch them off guard last round. Or last time there was a save inside a bank. They'll just try and repeat that same history.
Defizer's going to be the first man to try to take that task at hand. 6 kills to his name, so it hasn't been as impressive as it has before for this guy. But he's still pretty much cleared out everything but bank. And a whiff again. BYR can't connect. It's been the op whiffs that have been destroying both of these teams. But again, it's IKLA not able to get control of this. The last of the first we go into, IKLA in no more of a comfortable situation than before. And only isolated by 2 means this could be absolutely everything for K23. Pretty sure I literally said potentially 8 rounds on this CT half. Actually, no, I said 8 rounds in the game. So I guess fair point, par for the course. But K23 are clearly having a fun time with things. Unless X5 is just some P90 demon, I don't imagine he is. It's just pistols, though, against them for IKLA, and it looks like they're just going to go for a quick B-pop. Knowing the situation the CTs are left in, why give them a chance? Just go ahead and steal it away from them. Give them no mercy. The P90 sprints down into the B-bomb site with 2 beautiful openers, and it already looks like IKLA are going to be put on the back foot for the last round of this first half. Needing to walk through a con smoke does not provide you any sort of safe haven to retake this round.
Yeah, not quite. They're just going to shut things down quite quickly. Make easy work of these pistols here, but nice kill on the exit. They won't deny some access.
All the way around from Monster 2. Radiant's got the perfect angle to counteract this. I don't think there's any chance they win this round now, considering how far they are removed from the situation. Even if you found the kills necessary, they just don't have kits. Radiant using this as target practice for the second half. It has not been so hot for him. A couple of whiffs have really been plaguing his brain recently. At the end of the day, it is an 8-7 half. K23, it's nothing unfavorable. We always are going to look on this T side with a little bit of salt, right? Because there's so many rounds they just should have been winning that they didn't via their own fruition, via a couple of unfortunate whiffs, little mistakes. But that's what's plaguing our memory right now, that's stuck in our brains, that it just doesn't feel like we can get out. I mean, yeah, it's not bad. It's an 8-7 result, but like IKLA come into this with a lot of debuffs, and they picked up 8 impressive rounds. So, I don't know. I am still a bit worried for the success of K23, but do remember, it was the 14-1 CT side of Mirage that really cemented them this 1-0 start that they have. So, wouldn't be surprised if they repeat it. Not the biggest of ordeals, so, yeah, pistol, that's what their first mind is going to be worrying about, and they pick it up, then probably just back to easy street.
No doubt. That's exactly where you want to be. Once again, K23. Right back on easy street. If you're looking for easy skins and an easy life, you can go and check out Bit Skins. Got some great options over there. They got peer-to-peer trading as well if you're in the market. So go and check them out. They're one of our partners here at CCT. All that being said, into this pistol round, they move very quickly. Already clapped, ready to spray down range. He does get opened up upon Sab with a nice opening. Taking care of the dualies. That's a big stress off the shoulders of K23, or rather IKLA.
It is, and even doubling down on that, Jackie, we saw his pistol prowess on the Mirage T side, but it fell off the cliff from that point forward. We talked about it a little bit. Now they need to actually continue, and that's exactly what they do. Continuing forward for a 4v1 Geo. As legendary as he can be on these pistols, this one might be a bit out of the pay grade. There's no kit either, so it's just raw aim duels all the way thick and through. They've already spotted him in heaven, so I don't think they're going to be too shy away from winning this round and taking these aim duels. They all swing in together. Only finds one. The trade is better for IKLA. 9 rounds. They'll hold on to this lead. K23, they might start to sweat here soon.
Yeah, I don't know if they're at that point just yet, but like you said, they could get there very soon if they cannot find a winning formula on the CT side. If we do see some of the heavier hitters of Jeki find openers and Sensei find opening picks here, I still think this T side is going to be incredibly difficult, but again, it just looks a little bit more promising. That honestly, it looks like some of the players of K23 not quite warmed up. Rage has been getting a couple of big misses, like you mentioned in the halftime break there, and all that can come calling quickly, especially if you don't have a CT side opper that's having too much impact. That can be a big issue.
It can be, right? And I like the play here. Don't let this lead get out of hand. Call the full save. Let them have the round they've earned and work for the future. Again, this could be everything. Getting started as soon as possible and really establishing that winning formula could just be the win condition for K23 in this game. So, play it safe, play it smart. I like it. 10 rounds, though, for IKLA, double digits, and already an impressive overpass. Looks to go even further forward with that. 6 away from a potential victory. And again, you don't sweat because of overpass right now if you're K23. You sweat because of the potential of IKLA on Dust 2. Regardless of substitutions, that's a scary map to face this team on.
Yeah, I would like to say watched since they kind of solo carry that map a little bit too many times for IKLA to really say that this series is at all incredibly comfortable for K23, right? It's not like they're heading into comfortable territory. Dust 2 is going to be an incredibly scary decider if that's required. So like you said, that's exactly why this team is very much so starting to, maybe worry just a little bit here. Again, they still have a CT side of overpass, and like you said, they have activated quickly with the rifles to actually get to this point. So Game plan looking good, and honestly, this first bonus-ish round from K23 is looking promising as well. Jackie on 4 HP, lots of all already taken down low, so got some of the winning conditions going their way.
Yeah, they need to hold on to it, though. And they want to hold on to as many weapons as they possibly can. So I think the only weapon you can, like, feasibly get rid of right now is the FAMAS. So if one person falls, it's not the end of the world. But still, obviously, you want to shut this down as quick as possible. And that's what this setup is determined to do. 3 of them lingering around the bathrooms region. And this is a perfect setup to counteract it. Geo and the AWP is almost certain for one. It's Raging that I'm worried about. They still get to clear him out. They might know about this setup, though. It's a very common one, especially with that position, but he just doubles down. Still can't take care of this operator. 1 for 2, Trey. What the hell? Sad just spins around and opens up the A site single-handedly. Rotation's pulled back, but they don't know about BYR.
Oh my God.
He just layered in another. Problems really start to arise if he finds this kill. Thankfully, for the likes of K23, Clax will hold it down and calm restored to the situation. I said about holding on to guns, but damn, you're just so happy to hang on to that round.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is going to be, you know, a pretty rough bonus round, right? Because you're not doing any damage. You're not applying any pressure with that bonus. You're definitely not winning the round. But all of a sudden, man, BYR and SAD, they have something to say in that one. And they quickly offer up a big reply. That's enough for some damage, some pressure. And it's enough to even convince you to force buy here. Because if you can win this, it's going to be a complete reset. And IKLA can start to continue that round count rising and rising.
To push long, they show face, they tell him exactly what's going on, but K23, instead of sticking around, they back away. And I like this, because now IKLA, they have to have this worrying presence of mind of, are they still pushed up? Is this an aggressive crossfire? Have they given it away? Just waste all that extra attention, focus, mental power on that one little spot. They talk back into long bathrooms again. It's the right call. They hear the footsteps pitter-pattering around towards the fountain, so the rotations honestly might be pulled off of that, but so far, it's just static for K23.
Static can be worrisome. Because if you're playing a little bit too stock standard, you can get punished for it. Nice individual effort, though. Geo putting in a lot of damage, putting in a lot of work. And the counter-aggression is definitely there. It's up to SAD and BYR once again in another 2-on-4. Can they get it done once again? SAD seems like the answer could be yes. With a nice headshot landed.
These guys looking lights out, man. These two are firing up on this T side, and I'm absolutely loving it. BYR again is connected for another nasty headshot, too. This flank is activating, but they've got the idea. SAD. Right idea, wrong execution. The timing is not in his favor, and Defiser's crept behind enemy lines as they come sprinting up into the A bomb site again. This might fly under the radar. Defiser, does he dare make noise? Absolutely not. They're going to have no idea, no indication of him, and they know SAD is right next to him. Defiser, does he dare peek again? They double swing, they shut it down, and they lock it in. Still as close as it can possibly be, man. 1 kill from tipping the scales in IKLA's favor, but they don't let that kill happen. They never give it away, and they keep hanging on.
Oh my. Again, man, they almost make back-to-back 4v2s look so incredibly possible. You start to believe them just for a second. And like you said, they had the right idea. They didn't have the right execution. Unfortunately, SAD, he goes to clear Khan a second too late, and that already allowed for Delphizer to slip the gap there and find the kills that he needed to win that round. A bit unfortunate, but that's, again, making the best of a worst-case scenario. 4-on-2 is a very bleak position to be, so the fact that they made that at all close is promising.
And now it's just pistols for IKLA. They're going to let this lead slip. They're going to let them get this tie game. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of this, but they are the ones on the server, so I'll leave the trust and faith in their entire calls. But so far, it's not great for this for this pistol buy. Nade already eaten by Masval as one of the stars falls to 21 HP. He's going to be relying on the other pistols to get the heavy lifting done.
They do here. A lot of damage being applied early on. Continue to try and test the waters towards these A sides. Just kind of grouping up their death ball of sorts. Maybe more like a death single file line towards Sands. Been a pretty common way to play out this this T side. Very interesting to see this adaptation on this map. A lot of teams trying to figure out those T sides and the tier 1 spear. Be difficult though. It can be very difficult to work these T sides. So far, IKLA learning that lesson quickly and the hard way as they walk in towards B. So far, empty-handed.
I don't know if they actually caught wind of the man peeking in con, but they definitely saw somebody. Clack's not going to commit to the fight as he doubles down on B. Looks like this pistol round goes just about the way you'd imagine. Quick shutdown for the CT side, minus a kill or two, but for the most part, it is just convincing for K23. Good couple of kills and damage from BYR, but double digits for both teams as that lead, that triumphant feeling that IKLA gave us in the opening half, feels like it's just gone now. It's completely negligent.
Yeah, definitely the case. I mean, it's a lead that has slipped by your fingertips now. Kind of to be expected, right? 8-7's a little bit too tight-knit. That if you give over some of the bonus rounds, if you don't get that really hot spree of rounds that I think IKLA kind of required, then things can go south quickly. I was wondering if your prediction was going to be right there, 16-8. It looked like it was going to be on the nose, on the money. But
and they had to lose the pistol, man.
Of course. Of course. You did mention something about CT side being a large majority of those 8 rounds, though, and you're exactly right there. They did have a pretty solid CT side. If they could have just converted on a couple of those half-by pistol rounds where Clax went crazy, they could have actually done so much more.
Yeah. I mean, it goes both ways, right? We can look at both of these, like, essentially, we can look at the outcome for both of the teams and say, yeah, that could have been a lot better. But as it stands right now, it is still just about as evenly matched as it gets. Maybe not so much if Geo keeps pulling stuff out of the hat like that. It's these out-of-pocket boosts, these one-and-done little gimmick tricks that they've got so many of that just keep working out for opening picks, and then they extend upon it. Flash is perfect from Clax. X5. Kills don't stop coming through from him, even Shining of Mirage. We saw so many successful multi-kills from him there. Now it's the op of Raging backing away, aware of the possibility of a push to come through from that smoke in front bathroom. He doesn't want to contend with it for very much longer. Just lets him have it for now.
There you go. He's just able to nail that timing on a Jackie. Narrow margins. Very slim pickings, but again, Sensei, this time alongside BYR instead of Sad, maybe this can be the dynamic duo to pull off a 2-on-5 in this occasion. Incredibly dicey, incredibly tricky. Do they have it in them? Sensei? I think you might have heard someone jump spot out towards connector, but look at the time he has to take just grabbing slim control of connector of all places here. Very limited round to be taken. BYR going to make noise as he moves out of Monster. Won't meet any opposition here, but has to set himself up for success, and that should just give up the game.
It should. I don't think there's any world where they can possibly mess this up, but at the same time, they're giving them a lot of space right now, and they've just spotted a shoulder of a man in graffiti. 11 seconds. The only job of Sensei right now is to ensure that this bomb can go down. Now, that's step 1 accomplished. Now it's step 2. Hold on to this retake. Hold on to this site. And see if you can't find a couple of kills in 1v1s, which they're giving to them. But they're not winning the aim duel. Sensei, all alone in the 1v4. Remember how much he did on Mirage. He'll have to repeat the success here. It's planted for him. The kills are what matters the most. 74 HP. Obviously not deficit, but needs to find some of these kills, and he just can't. Clax on 23 of his own. You talk about capitalizing on him. That's the perfect way to do it. K23 finally get a lead back.
Nice attempt there in the clutch. But yeah, this is a beautiful way to claim a lead. Clax is doing a lot of work. Consistently finding very quick kills. Even that kill on towards Heaven was rapid as ever. So beautiful work being done for them. Again, IKLA getting some bomb plants or making some cases, but all of these rounds have been in very, very dire starts. This time it's the exact opposite problem as they had in Mirage, right? It's struggling starts, but the good finishes that this roster has now. It's a weird little bit of a dynamic of issues for this team. But again, we expected this to be a problem here, just given subs on this roster at the moment.
Yeah, IKLA's T side is not giving us much to go riding home about. Past that, what, pistol round and the eco win after it? Like, this has all been K23. 4 rounds in a row might not seem like a lot, but it can very quickly get ahead of you because 4 might turn to 5 here against pistols again. And the rifles are not scared whatsoever. The money's starting to get built up. You got Raging on $7,100. And it's crazy to think, like, he was doing really well on Mirage. He was farming some of these CT rounds. He has not had an impact here on Overpass.
Yeah, it's been bizarre, right? Constant, near misses and things along those lines. I mean, I guess it's working out as long as you close this map out, but still, it is a bit of a problem having an absent opper here. This is a very sparse CT setup on this B bomb site, although the smoke is going to provide so much coverage. Klax finds a multi-kill, finds a triple. He continues to deliver, and while it is, very little numbers on this B site, the rotations arrive onto the scene, and the 2 players that were standing do all the damage.
Klax is literally putting up simple numbers right now. Like, this guy is 26 and 13. This is insane. And he came into this half with, I believe, 14 or 15 kills. Like, he has been farming these rounds. It's nuts to see how he's playing right now. Massive multi kills, huge amount of presence around the map. It can be felt from the whole server. And IKLA just haven't been able to deal with him. Even when they're spacing properly, even when they're trying to flash him off the angles, he's always somehow finding a way to shut down a round.
It's been very impressive so far. That's where the maybe impact has been coming through, right? Because Raging hasn't been required a whole lot, so Klax has just stepped up to the plate here. No flash to turn that corner is a big liability. Jackie thought he could take a little bit more space before he was going to get caught out, but what an off angle held from Geo. If one flash did head his way, it would have been no man's land, but that's a angle that you wouldn't really anticipate. And in that 5-on-3, again, it's a hot start for K23. They'll just fall off to the sides now in this 3-on-5 because that's all that's required.
You're not going to do anything that fancy. Massive advantage you've gifted yourselves. Just make sure you play it in a way that you're tradable. Locking up Monster, though. Okay, I was going to say maybe not so tradable, but look, even though you find that frag back for K23, it's still big news for IKLA that he took down Klax. Again, he's been like one of the few players you just can't find an answer to, so I'd honestly take that trade. Even in a situation like this, I'd take that. Now you've got BYR, who's been looking lights out this half to try to pull this back. In goes for Sensei, but not as prevalent on the server. It's so far just a bait and switch, a distraction for the AWP and Raging, who's just buying time for the map hold. Geo, there he finds the frag, and they leave it to BYR again. Walking into the B site, he should be good for a bomb plant. So again, a small bonus to take if you... Nope, never mind. He doesn't get it. He doesn't go for it.
Not quite. Not today. Not going to happen there. I like the way that they've set up these kills. Seems like they have so many tricks to catch him off guard with. And K23 getting closer to that finish line very quickly. We see that IKLA running out of runway here in this map, in this match. And in playoffs, all things considered, a bit disappointing. Again, I've been nothing but impressed with the IKLA as of recent, so it's just unfortunate that they had a couple of substitutes that they had to call in for this matchup.
Yeah, you can only imagine what this would look like if they did have their full 5. I mean, Mirage, I honestly don't know. Obviously, like we talk about the impact Fem has on the server, but like that, it didn't really feel like a lacking impact problem. It felt like a skill issue. Like 16-1, like, damn, that's a whitewash.
Yeah. No doubt.
But hey, you can look forward to the future. I'm sure it's not the last time we're going to see IKLA in one of these events, obviously, so don't think they'll be too beaten up about it. Just try to run it back in the next. But again, I don't know if this is like a issue of maybe they don't have power or something or what, because like if this is them maybe, I don't know, leaving or getting replaced, that would be a blunder and a half.
Yeah, I think it's just a sub situation. I think is the case. But yeah, you're definitely right. You really like to hold on to those two. They've been having so much success as of recent. That keeping all the pieces would be quite nice. And right now, Raging started to have his impact here in the second half by just finding a couple nice opening picks. They're defending that A bomb site here. They've set up a beautiful crossfire. perfect lineup there from Geo. Great positioning from him to find multis, and last man standing is Sensei quickly. And this round, so call it 14.
And this was a hero buy from him too, so he's gonna have a bit of a struggle coming into this next investment, unless somebody drops him. But I don't know if that's, I don't think that's realistic to think. But flawless from K23. That's their 7th round in a row on this CT side. Now it's starting to get out of hand, and now it feels like this one's going par for the course for K23. But still, you've got to give him credit where it's due. First half was really competitive. It was a good start to this from IKLA. It was a very convincing pistol. Just past that, that's been a bit yikes.
Yeah, at least we got to see what, you know, the majority of these pieces were made of on this map, at least, right? I mean, IKLA 61 to K23 is something I did not expect at all in Mirage. I thought they would be able to do some good damage. This is much more like it. It looks like they've warmed up a little bit. Looking much more promising. They got some of those CT side rounds. I'm sure they gave a couple up, but no harm, no foul. It's a lot of harm being done there. Klax is going on to nearly 30 kills right now. Well, nearly 25 rounds deep, and again, I feel like I'm just repeating myself. 5-on-3s, 5-on-2s instantly as the rounds kick off. And Klax has found one more to add to the tally. One more to find 30. One more to add another hat trick to his name in this map as well, because he has been delivering every step of the way.
And now it's all about finding some kills, man. Maybe stat pad a little bit. Make yourselves feel better coming into the last round of what could be the series. K23, though, this is a well-earned victory. I mean, you got to look at some of these CT rounds and realize how good they've played them. Think, too, how many whiffs there were added into the mix. Like, this is just raw team play carrying them through the mud here. Even though, again, it is against substitutes, but like, there's a lot I'm seeing that I don't think would change if you added Kvem and Saltovsky back into the lineup, to be quite honest with you. So, I think a lot of this success is just genuinely well-earned from K23. But I don't think this round is going to go anywhere more favorable for the IKLA side. Is still 2-on-5 blooms, and the smokes bloom right in front of them. The bomb yet to go down, and Klax is just holding onto this map control. I mean, we talk about him almost being on 30, only one away from it, and he might be able to find it right here. No, X5 steals it away. What a jerk of a teammate, but still not a jerk of a team. K23, 5 in the lead, 5 series points, 5 chances to advance into the quarterfinals.
Beautiful stuff. Getting closer and closer to advancing in playoffs. K23, a team that I wasn't sure, you know, if they even deserved to get this invited spot, you know, what they were going to look like. But so far, they look to be doing some damage here. And if they can, like you said, keep some of these fundamentals true versus some of the tougher competition, the full-fledged rosters, then, man, oh man, they're going to be golden in the future. Geo, though, hearing all of these footsteps, he's calling forward for some A rotations, calling in for backup here, as he's just read a lot of this offense just by sound alone.
This is insane, the fact that they give up all this map control, too. Like, this is a round where they didn't even contend for Fountain. Like, they didn't fight Bathrooms, they didn't fight Con. They just gave this all up for free. And you know what? Maybe it's the confidence that might kill him in this round, because maybe getting a little too far ahead of himself. Klax is still the A-site defender, so if anybody's going to hold this down, it's him. 31 kills now under his belt, and the bomb right in his crosshair. You've got to walk into the demon himself. Sensei and Sad, both of which have slowed down in this series. Sensei from map 1, Sad from the beginning of this half. Have to go against Klax, the mastermind himself, with 31 kills to his name. Even looking for more. And he'll end it with 32 at least. Sad now all alone in the clutch situation, moving in from Sands. And they've got a crossfire set up for this. Did he just throw a flash? No, he didn't. But Klax is still going to figure out soon where this last member is, just trying to bait in for him. Teammate spots Sad in the 1v1. He picks up the most impactful kill. Klax swings out and he can't deliver. Sad finally gets some mileage off his impact on the individual front, but IKLA still are no closer to cracking open the walnut.
Yeah, that's a round that started off so incredibly well. You saw the entries, man. You saw what IKLA is made of. Some of those opening picks and some of the positioning. You know that they have a game plan well fledged out, but it's the execution of that game plan that comes calling right there. Getting a little bit too slow. Once they start finding those kills on A, you would really like them to speed it up, claim that bomb site, but Klax didn't hide that access. Luckily, Sad's able to bail them out big time with a 1v2 conversion. That is massive from him. Beautiful work. Now, can they win 4 in a row? I don't know. There's so much money built up on the CT side that it's going to take a long time to break it. That would be quite something special if IKLA could get there.
All these nades. I thought they were going to double nade it. I thought they were going to hurt too, but now it's just going to be a V-pop. IKLA doesn't even seem like there's all that much depth to their strat book at this point anymore either. Just see if you can't come into one of these sites, have it work a couple of times, and push this bad boy into overtime. But so far, it's not so good. The op of Raging won't be whiffing anymore. Already getting 1.5 as he fishes for an extra couple of frags. Already more brownie points, though, than the team. They're going to back away off this. Pincer in. X5, he's not going to let them leave. Like, this is like a bad play from IKLA.
Oh, yeah, I think this one's just going to fall flat. The B execute didn't work out, so they're left with only one option, and one option only, hit B. The fall off just isn't available for them. There is no escape. They can only go forward. And K23 know that. Connector cut off. A side rotation cut off. They'll just plant their feet firmly. Sad could find this kill. And that could be just enough. 20 seconds left on the clock. Sad spectating his weapon. Caught looking at the beauty. But catches the version of GL here. Raging warming up in the tail end of this game. And it will be 16-11. A swift 2-0 from K23 to close out.
That was an insane performance from Clax, too. I mean, you can't discredit the things he was doing to IKLA this entire series. He ended it off with 32 kills. X5, he kind of got undercut in the radar considering how well Clax did. He ended that game with, I believe, 27 kills. Like, he was also kind of farming. And it's the two of those players that really stole the show away from IKLA and really took the spotlight off and put it onto their own team. Look, without these guys, K23, completely different team, might have looked a bit more lost and a bit more weird. I feel like they were bailed out of a lot of situations by those two players alone. Maybe something to look forward to for the future.